We're going to have about 4 more minutes and then we're going to move on. Okay?
Okay. Is that when people can come in and film?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. It should be. Thank you for what I can tell.
I want to give her, I probably not a public, but I don't think there's a standing ovation in it. Qualified.
Well, I think that's why we're doing a consent agenda early and then doing a presentation.
So don't clap when they
I
come
don't
in.
know.
Feel like, I'll be a weirdo. I don't know if we. It's gonna be anticlimactic. You're shaking all their hands.
What did you say?
I'm clapping anyway. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
For those of you on Zoom or in the town room, please turn your camera on. And we are going to resume our meeting. So I'm going to make a motion, and the motion is to waive Rules of Procedure 8.6 for agenda item 6.A. Is there a second?
Second.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gauthier. Counselor Ette, Lynn Griesmer. Counselor Haneke.
Aye.
Bob Hegner.
Aye.
Here, Anna?
Anna? Hi.
She dropped off somehow.
Okay.
I guess, did I hear, I'm not sure who we've heard vote.
Okay. Anna, did I hear you?
She's no longer.
Okay.
Oh, there she is.
There she is. Anna. Okay. Counselor Haneke.
I was an aye.
Bob Hegner.
Aye.
Counselor Lord.
Aye.
Pam Rooney.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan is not here yet. Counselor Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Andy Steinberg.
Yes.
Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
Counselor Walker.
Here.
Thank you. I'm going to quickly move to another motion. And this motion is,
Was that 10 or 11 in favor?
I'm sorry, thank you for asking.
Since
That was 11 in favor and 2 absent.
So Counselor Ette voted aye.
He's not here.
George will be here eventually.
So 3 were absent then. I
Um,
guess that's, you went so fast that we couldn't
I
tell them how
don't-
many were absent.
I don't have Anna, please, thank you. Okay, absent. And I need to record this because Athena's on the road. Okay, thank you. Okay, the next is to adopt the Town of Amherst citation in recognition of exemplary service following the fire at Olympia Place. The actual citation. Following the fire at 47 and 57 Olympia Drive. Somebody need to leave?
I'll second.
Go for it. Thank you. Is there a second?
I seconded.
Thank you. Lynn Griesmer is an aye. Counselor Haneke,
Aye.
Bob Hegner,
Aye.
Counselor Lord, Pam Rooney,
Yes.
Counselor Ryan, Pam, Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
Yes.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Counselor Walker,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier,
Aye.
and George Ryan. Thank you. That is 12 in favor and 1 absent. So we would like to put the citation on the screen. Paul, can you? We would like to put the citation on the screen. Okay.
You want me to hold the mic up?
That's fine. So the town council has unanimously passed the following citation with 1 absence. Whereas on Friday, November 7th, 2025, 2 significant fires occurred at the construction site at 47 Olympia Drive and the apartment building at 57 Olympia Drive in Amherst, posing immediate and serious risk to residents, property, public safety, and I'm going to keep passing this.
Whereas members of the town of Amherst Fire and Emergency Medical Services responded immediately with speed, professionalism, expertise, and skill in suppressing the fire and conducting life-saving operations, ensuring the safety and well-being of affected residents. And
Whereas the fire department leadership coordinated mutual aid of staff and emergency equipment from 32 municipalities in Berkshire, Franklin, Hampshire, Hamden, and Worcester counties, plus the state and the Red Cross. And this one's yours.
Whereas the Amherst Communications Center, through its dispatchers on duty, was exceptional in handling, I'm going to cry, I'm sorry, the overwhelming rush of incoming emergency calls, transmission to first responder and ongoing calls for mutual aid, with 2 dispatchers handling 29 911 calls, 105 police and fire transmissions, and 11 outgoing calls for mutual aid in just 22 minutes. Before additional off-duty emergency dispatchers were able to arrive to assist. I'm going to cry because your work is so important.
And whereas the Amherst Police Department provided essential support through emergency response, evacuation of residents in the apartment building, scene security, traffic and crowd management, and notification of residents in adjoining neighborhoods, demonstrating calm leadership during a dynamic public safety event.
Whereas the Department of Public Works staff contributed critical logistical assistance, including increasing access to water, addressing wastewater concerns, and providing electrical infrastructure support, equipment deployment, and enabling effective operations by all responding agencies. And
I mean, we can go while you're passing it the rest of the way around.
There we go. I'm sorry. Please, now we can read it up here. Andy, you're next.
the bottom one.
It's the bottom
On the
of
first page.
Inspection services. Where is the inspection?
Whereas the inspection services staff performed timely assessment of structural integrity and habitability, providing authoritative guidance necessary to safeguard public health and safety, and
Whereas the town manager's office communications team ensured timely, accurate, and accessible public information, reducing confusion and providing reassurance to residents, families, and the broader community. And
Whereas the town manager regularly convened key department heads to coordinate responses and share updates and worked with the University of Massachusetts to guarantee a well-coordinated and efficient response. And
whereas numerous town staff across multiple departments work collaboratively to support displaced residents, coordinate temporary accommodations, manage resource needs, and maintain continuity of municipal services, and
Tab, do you want to read one?
Please, Anna.
I was going to let Jennifer go ahead if she wanted to, but I'm happy to as well.
That would be, I'm happy to read one.
It's
And whereas,
the University of Massachusetts.
yeah, that's what I thought. Whereas the University of Massachusetts responded to the needs of the many students impacted by offering significant assistance, including the creation of the Student Care and Emergency Response Funds and assistance with housing, legal services, academic support, food and other basic needs, and counseling services. And
Whereas the collective response exemplified the town of Amherst's core values of preparedness, interinstitutional and interdepartmental cooperation, compassion, and commitment to community well-being. And
Whereas the dedication and swift action of these individuals prevented further harm, protected residents, and upheld the highest standards of public service. Now, therefore, the Amherst Town Council hereby extends its deepest appreciation and gratitude to the members of the Fire, EMS, Police, Dispatch, Public Works, Inspection Services, and the Communications Manager, to the Town Manager, and to all employees who contributed to the response and recovery efforts, and this is an edit, and all 32 municipalities that responded with mutual aid of staff and emergency equipment. Be it further resolved that this citation be entered into the public record as an enduring expression of the town's respect, admiration, and gratitude for their exemplary performance on behalf of the residents of Amherst, and that a copy be sent to all 32 municipalities that came to our aid. Thank you so much. Paul, would you like to say anything?
Thank you, Lynn. So I'm really glad the town council used this public forum to recognize the first responders and everyone else who contributed to fighting the fire on that day and everything that happened since then. I would note that in the audience, we have representatives from the DPW, Inspection Services, our communications manager as well. First, I think it's really important to recognize that there were no reported injuries or and during the course of the event or since subsequent to that. And I really think that's a tribute to the training and professionalism and dedication of our firefighters who were there fighting the fire in real time. There are three basic images I keep thinking about during this, and the most important one that I can't get out of my head is firefighters coming out of the burning building when they were fighting it and just being totally exhausted, having spent every ounce of energy and, they're walking in with all the full equipment, air packs, masks, in a hot building, climbing up 5 sets of stairs, carrying equipment, and coming out and just not having another ounce of energy, and just so appreciative of what they dedicated in real time to our town and to fighting the fire and to making sure all the students who lived in that building were safe. I also think about the fire chief at bringing together all the other town leaders as we're sort of sorting through this on a hour by hour sometimes basis. And it was at times like that that I really came to appreciate the quality of the leadership in our town with DPW, inspection services, three fire chiefs, police, and everybody at assistant town manager, communications manager, everybody at the table working through the next steps, even as the fire was going on. And third, I really think our fire chief distinguished himself, especially that day. I mean, he was a sense of calm in a very chaotic, challenging situation where he could not see the entire field of battle, basically. He had called in additional resources, and we want to really recognize our mutual aid partners, especially the chiefs of those departments who also came to the aid of our town to help manage the fire. But Lindsey Stromgren just brought a steady, calm. He was decisive. He had to make some really important, grave decisions on a moment's notice. He was diligent about consulting with the building commissioner and others in terms of making a dramatic decision to take down the building, which was deemed to be a necessary thing in order to put out the fire. And I also I just think that was a thing to see our two Steves and Lindsay just doing the work in just a calm, capable manner, which I think anybody who would have seen it would have been very, very proud of our team. And to have every firefighter on duty coming, whether on duty or off, being at the scene for the town of Amherst. It wouldn't have happened without our mutual aid partners as well. I do want to give a credit to the University of Massachusetts, who stepped up to help house the students, meet their needs for medical, legal, academic support, financial, food, immediate shelter, long-term shelter. So I think that the university deserves a lot of credit. And I hope that Chief Stromgren would come up and say a few words.
Yeah, just like to recognize.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
I have to make sure the green light's on.
Yeah, I just want to, for the count benefit, or is here, just recognize all the people that are here. These are not all Amherst firefighters. First and foremost, we do have a number of our Amherst firefighters, both full-time and student force represented here. We have our Amherst Communications Center, Chief Ting from the police department. We also have a number of mutual aid partners here. Apologize if I miss anybody, but I do see Greenfield, I do see Belchtown, I do see somebody from West Springfield. So like you said earlier, we had 32 different departments from all the surrounding counties respond to help us from the firefighter level up through the chief level. They were a very integral part of what we did. And again, a shout out to everybody who helped us, to all of our Amherst firefighters that were on duty, came from home, our student firefighters, call firefighters, everybody that was there. None of this can happen without a team effort. So I was proud to be a part of it.
And
Thank you.
Thank you for your leadership of that team. Be safe. Thanks. If we can find Kim Yu, we're going to proceed. The next item on our agenda is a tax classification hearing. And Kim Yu, our principal assessor, will be making a presentation. And because we want to make sure we don't keep her here too long tonight, we are then going to move, after discussion, we will move to a vote. So if you could please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you for having me, and thank you for doing the vote.
Press the green light. It's on.
I'm
Great.
just not close enough. Okay. So thank you for having me tonight, and also thank you for moving the vote so that I can go home to my baby. Alrighty, so tonight's hearing is our classification hearing presented by myself and the board. Our board members are unfortunately not here to join us, but I will present to you. Next slide, please. So these are the things that we're going to be voting on. We're going to be voting on whether or not we want to do a single or a split tax rate, the open space discount, the small commercial exemption, and the residential exemption. And I will get into detail as to what those are throughout the presentation. Next slide, please. So the Classification Act was passed in 1978, and basically what this is classifying the property into these 4 categories and allowing us to potentially shift the tax burden within one of these categories. So we have the residential, commercial, industrial, and personal property. Next slide, please. So just to break down, I know I've talked to many of you multiple times about these classes, but just for those who might be listening or those who are here that don't know, the residential class includes basically any sort of residential living unit, any place where a human being can live. So that includes single families, apartment complexes, 2 families, 3 families, condos. This also includes vacant land that's classified as residential, so a house could be built on it. The commercial class, and actually as well as physical buildings and homes in the residential class, this also can include items such as garages, sheds, pools, anything that is in someone's yard. The commercial class is any place of business, such as offices, storefronts, so on and so forth. And then it also includes our farms. So that's a really important thing to remember, because when we're talking later on about the split tax rate, whatever we do with that would also affect our farms. So we just want to keep that in mind as well. And then with the industrial property, that's any manufacturing. We have very few of these, but something also to important part of the process. And then lastly is our personal property. This is the most confusing and complicated piece. This is basically anything that's used in a business to conduct the business. So it can be something as simple as desks, chairs, computers, tables. In a hairdresser situation, it could be their hairdressing chairs, their scissors, basically anything. If you were to pick up a building and shake it out, anything that fell out is considered personal property. And then also our utilities. So the wires, the poles, the conduits that the electric company uses is considered part of our personal property class as well. And if you can do our next slide, please. This will show you a breakdown of what our classes look like. So our commercial class is about just under 6% of our total properties. This is down a little bit from last year. We were at 6.1% last year. The industrial class is less than 1, and that stayed about the same. Like I said, we don't have much of that here in Amherst. Our personal property class is also down just a tiny bit from last year at 4.8% versus the 5.2%. But as you can see, we are mostly residential at the 89.1%, and we are up from 88.5% last year. I hate to say it, but COVID is still playing a role a little bit in the commercial properties. People are just starting slowly to come back to offices. Storefronts are starting to open as we see. So it's still, I think, recovering from that. So I expect to see that, that number fluctuate a little bit, continuing in the coming years. And as we can see, residential properties are still popping up everywhere. So they're doing pretty well. Next slide, please. So going into whether we want to do a split or single tax rate, this is just an explanation of sort of what this might look like. So the single tax rate would be considered a factor of one. And that just means that all four of those classes that we just talked about would be paying based upon the same rate. If we wanted to do a split rate, we can do a factor of less than one, which means that the residential class would pay a lower rate and the commercial class will pay a higher rate. And then oddly, I don't know why we would do that, but factor greater than one would give the commercial class the lower rate and the residential class a higher rate. So those are your three options. Next slide, please, will show us the impact if we were to do a split rate at the max allowable shift. So again, these are just estimated figures, but if we're looking at the average single-family home at $588,286, if we were to do a single rate, we would be around $16.86, giving them an average tax bill of $9,927. If we were to split the rate, as you can see, it would decrease the tax rate to $15.82 and decrease the actual tax bill of about $600, giving us a $9,300 tax bill. However, on the commercial side, we have an average commercial value of $682,055. And again, with the single tax rate, same as the residential, they'd have about $1,150 $1,000 bill. And then with the split tax rate, they would have a much higher rate of $25.30, which would give them about $5,700 more in a tax bill based upon the average. So thinking about that again, you're thinking about all the small businesses that we have right here downtown, and you're thinking about your farms. If we were to do the split tax rate at the max shift. So just some things to think about there. And another note that I wanted to make as well, I know we all have the debt exclusion on our mind as well, but that adds into the tax rate about 45 cents per thousand, which is included in these calculations here. Next slide, please. So the next thing that we will be voting on tonight is the residential exemption. This is basically allowing for a shift within the residential class only of the tax burden. So we can shift up to 35% of the average value of all residential properties. So it's not a specific number based upon your specific assessment. It'll be based upon an average of the residential class. It does automatically make the tax rate a little higher for the residential class. So it's something, again, we also want to think about along with a bunch of other things when it comes to this particular vote. So if you can go to the next slide, please. This shows you the qualifications and non-qualifications for this particular exemption. So clearly it would help the single family homes, the condos, portions of buildings that are multi-residential. So if there were a two-family and you own or occupied one side, you would get a partial exemption there. Same thing with three-family, and then as well as a mixed use. So if you have a storefront in the bottom of your property and you occupy a unit in the top, maybe you rent one as well. The one unit there's a calculation that would create that one unit discount. However, when we're thinking about those things, we need to look at what would exclude someone from getting this exemption. So non-owner occupied status is very clearly an exclusion. But inside of that, we're looking at second homes and rentals. We're looking at homes that are owned by a family member, but not necessarily the person who's living there may not be on the deed. So that could affect a number of people. Specifically, I know older people tend to deed their house to their children so that if something was to happen to them, it would be an easy transition. Those people would not benefit from this exemption. Anyone who has their property in a trust and is not a trustee, which many times happens in that same circumstance, they would not qualify for this exemption. And so the other ones will be apartment buildings and nursing homes and group living situations. They will negatively affect, or potentially could negatively affect from this. We want to think about our renters in that case because it's a possibility that the owner of the building would pass on that raised tax in rent to those folks. So just some things to think about if we do want to talk about doing the residential exemption. Next slide, please. And this will show you our estimated chart of what is owner occupied versus not. We currently have about 68% of owner occupied and 32% of non-owner occupied. With that being said, those who do have their names, their properties in a trust with whether or not they are the trustee or not, this may be included in the owner occupied piece. So although it does feel like they are the owners and they do occupy their property, when it comes to this particular exemption, that might adjust this figure. Another reoccurring question that we have every year when it comes to this particular exemption that I wanted to just touch on is why can't we value differently for rental properties within the residential class? And if we were to value single family homes using different methods, first of all, the state would go, what are you doing? They want us to do uniform methods. So they would say, okay, show us how your income and expense methods are working. We did a short little study. We looked at a couple of properties that had income and expense versus those that don't. As you can see in this case, we have more properties that are owner occupied. They're not going to have any income based upon rental for their properties. So our data would be skewed. So our non-owner occupied properties, which is much less, would be the small amount of information that we're getting our values on. And it's going to lower our values pretty significantly and end up not being very effective. We have plenty of sales, as you probably know, to actually use the sales method and be effective and value properly. And that would be something that the Department of Revenue would encourage if we did try to do it another way. Generally, they like you to use the method that has the most accurate backup. So that would be, in our case, for single family homes, that would be sales. Next slide, please. So just a quick summary, the residential exemption is not quite an exemption. It's sort of a play on words almost. It's more of just a redistribution of where the taxes would come from within the residential class. Again, likelihood that it could potentially hurt some of our renters, which are some of our lower income families, which is, I think, what we absolutely don't want to do. And although it may benefit some of our lower valued homes, it may affect some of our higher valued homes, which are folks who we're not trying to hurt as well. So just some things to think about quickly while we're voting on that. And the next slide, please. So lastly, we would be voting tonight on the small commercial exemption. So this is really not something we would do if we're going to do a single tax rate. You really only want to do this for a split rate. Basically what this is it takes all of the small businesses that have 10 or less employees and allows them to pay on the residential rate rather than the commercial rate. So for us, just thinking about downtown, most of the businesses that we have, I would assume have 10 or fewer employees. So doing a split rate and adopting this would almost be a waste of time. It would be a lot of work for not a whole lot of benefit, I think. So that is that. And next slide, please. So our recommendations tonight is to continue with our single tax rate and to not adopt the small commercial residential or the open space. We don't use open space here in Amherst. We use chapter land instead. So it's our farm country, which is, what open space essentially is. And that's it. Any questions?
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to first move to counselors to see if you have questions or comments. Pam Rooney.
Thank you. I did have a question. So it's interesting, the state allows a residential exemption, which is based on ownership, but it's not keen on a differential rate based on ownership for income generating properties. That seems like a little bit of a
I think that,
conflict.
that the difference is when it comes to valuation, the assessors only value structures that are on the property. Whereas with the exemption, it's more specific to who lives there and who occupies the property. So that's why I think the method is not allowed to, they frown upon it to use in the single family class. And, just the fact that we have so many sales of single family homes, we do have another method, which is a little bit more in the case of single family homes, the sales method would be much more accurate than trying to get income from those who live in their home.
Yeah, I'm more concerned with those who are gathering income based on the properties they own. Okay. The other thing that you don't address, but at some point in the year, we talk about exemptions based on like veteran status, seniors, people who have disabilities. Do we address that tonight, or is that a separate topic?
That would be a separate topic, yes. And I do just want to put in a little plug. At some point in the month of January, we will be having a presentation at the Senior Center explaining all of those. So we can, if you have a question, I can most certainly answer tonight. If
Are there any other questions from counselors? Yes, Jennifer.
Yes, I just had a question for Kim. When you said other exemptions, you said for small commercial, which is most of our businesses, it's a lot of work for minimum benefit, and that's because of the number of employees, the average number of employees our businesses in town tend to have?
So what would happen is we would have, because we have such a small amount of commercial properties, we would be basically giving most of them the residential rate. So the work that it would take to split the tax rate and then readjust and give most of the commercial properties the exemption, it wouldn't necessarily benefit the residential class or the commercial class, to be honest. It would just be a lot of shuffling papers, really, and deciding who has less than 10, which is a report that the DOR does mail to us. But essentially, it's just a lot of shuffling papers to come to a pretty much the same spot that we're at now.
Pam, you have an additional
Yeah.
question?
I did, thank you. I forgot to ask. So as in your assessment methods, if a property is vacant, is it still not taxable at the going rate, like a commercial property, for instance?
So a commercial property, every year in January, we send out the income and expense request form. So what we're looking for is to find out if you have vacancy, what is the income of the building? What is the expenses of the building? And we use a method that helps us to figure out a valuation based upon that. If there is a building that has long-term vacancies, that's absolutely something that we would need to know for the income method, because it could potentially affect the valuation of the property. Is there a reason that there's long-term vacancy? Is the building dilapidated? Is it a bad location? What's the situation? And depending upon the situation, it could very negatively affect the value.
I have a quick follow-up. Has been mentioned a couple times that because of the fire, we have lost some value in our tax base. I am asking, so if a building no longer exists, but the land is still there, we still have a land value that should be taxed. Is that not
Absolutely.
right? Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Is there any, Andy?
Yeah, real quick question. You reported on recommendations from you and the town manager. Did the Board of Assessors have a recommendation?
Yes, same recommendation. I apologize. I meant to say that.
Okay. Are there any questions from people in the town room or on Zoom? This is regarding the tax classification hearing. Okay, seeing none, I'll go back to any other questions from the council. Then I'm going to make a motion to close the hearing. Seek a second.
Second.
Thank you. We're going to begin with Counselor Haneke.
Aye.
Bob Hegner.
Aye.
Counselor Lord.
Aye.
Pam Rooney.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
Counselor Walker.
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis. Anna Devlin Gothier.
Aye.
Counselor Ette is absent and Lynn Griesmer is an aye. It's unanimous of all present. That's 12 in favor and 1 absent. We're going to actually move at this point immediately to a couple of votes related to tax classification. The first is to adopt a minimum residential factor of 1 equal tax rate for all classes of properties for fiscal year 2026, and that no open space discount be granted. Is there a second?
Second.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I'm going to move to a vote. Bob Hegner.
Aye.
Counselor Lord. Pam Rooney.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
Counselor Walker.
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier.
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye. Counselor Haneke.
Aye.
It's unanimous for those attending, 12 in favor, 1 absent. The next motion is to not adopt a residential exception for the fiscal year 2026. Is there a second?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments? Then I'm going to move to Counselor Lord.
Aye.
Pam Rooney.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
Counselor Walker.
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier.
Aye.
Counselor absent. Lynn Griesmer is an aye. Counselor Haneke.
Aye.
Bob Hegner.
Aye.
It's unanimous with 1 absent. Thank you very much.
There's one more.
One more, I'm sorry. To not adopt a small commercial exemption for fiscal year 2026. Is there a second?
Second.
And are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, I'm moving to Pam Rooney.
Aye.
Counselor Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
Counselor Walker.
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier.
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye. Counselor Haneke.
Aye.
Bob Hegner.
Aye.
Counselor Lord.
Aye.
It's unanimous with 12 in favor and 1 absent. Kim, thank you so much. Thanks. We're going to take a 5-minute break. And then we're going to begin with our public forum on the FY27 budget.
So in essence, we're recessing.
Till 7 o'clock.
Well, no.
Oh, actually, we are recessing the regular meeting of the council. And when we reconvene at 7 o'clock, we will call to order the special meeting of the town council. We will also call to order the finance committee meeting. Okay? Please be back at your seats at 7 o'clock. Turn your mics off, turn your pictures off. I think we accidentally turned the lights off back there.
You choose your battles, don't you?
Hmm?
Sometimes, right? 'Cause don't we know- you choose your battles sometimes, don't you? Because we're not supposed to have signs, right?
Oh.
Did I read that somewhere?
As long as they don't block anything,
Okay,
we
that's,
can have it. Yeah.
thank you.
All right. Good evening. We're going to begin this as a public forum. It is a requirement of the charter that every year we do a public forum regarding the upcoming budget, which will not begin until July 1st, 2027. So 26, thank you. It will be the FY27 budget. It will begin on July 1st, 2026. Did I get that one right? Thank you. Okay. We are allowed to hold this meeting virtually based on the law. So we actually have a combination of counselors in the room and on Zoom. There are 12 counselors totally present for the meeting. Therefore, I would like to call the fact that we have a quorum present. I'm calling the November 17th special meeting of the Town Council and the Finance Committee to order at 7:02. And I'm going to call on each counselor, ask that they indicate they are present and can hear and be heard. Pat DeAngelis,
Present.
Anna Devlin Gothier,
Present.
Counselor Ette is absent. Lynn Griesmer's present, Counselor Haneke,
Present.
Bob Hagner,
Present.
Counselor Lord,
Present.
Pam Rooney,
Here.
Counselor Ryan,
Present.
Kathy Shane,
I'm here.
Andy Steinberg,
Present.
Jennifer Taub,
Here.
Counselor Walker.
Here.
There's no chat room for this. If you would like to make comments from the council, they will use the raise hand button. I want to ask now, as we're moving into the presentation, that if you would like to make public comment and you are in the room, please make sure you've signed up with Athena, who's over here. Later on, I will be asking for those people who are on Zoom who would like to make public comment to raise their hands, but not yet. We're going to begin tonight's presentation with a brief overview of the FY27 budget information presented by a combination of our town manager and Sean Mangano, our finance director. Sean, Paul?
Thank you, Lynn. So I just want to remind counselors, if you want your cameras on, this is the time to turn them on. Thank you for the opportunity to present this. This is a very brief presentation that we presented at the financial indicators session. This is an opportunity for the public to weigh in before we even begin starting the budget process in a serious way. So we wanted the public forum is a requirement of the town charter, where we get to listen to the public and their values, their priorities, things where they'd like to see the town through its town manager and town council prioritize their funds. Next slide. So tonight's takeaways is that we have some major challenges facing us. We want to fund all of our budgets fairly and responsibly, and that includes our town budgets, the library budgets, the regional school district, and the elementary schools. We are faced with significant increases, or we anticipate significant increases in health insurance. We anticipate our health insurance increase will be equivalent to or more than what we had last year, which we had to manage through plan design changes. We have other fixed costs that are increasing as well, such as retirement expenses. We have been started the process of trying to build better relationships with our stakeholders, which are the other elected officials in our 4 regions or 4 towns in the region, plus our library trustees and our school committee. And we also are really focused on maintaining our long-term fiscal sustainability. It's really important for the town to accomplish its goals, to have our finances in good condition. And we've also identified constructing our 4 major capital projects as a high priority. We've got 2 under construction. We have 2 that we can't lose focus. We need to be driving towards to get those 2 addressed as well. We also recognize the pressure on taxpayers. We heard a minute ago the tax classification hearing. Taxes are a big part of why we're able to do what we can do, and we have to maintain the trust with our taxpayers. We have some good news in that we have reaffirmed the town's AA+ bond rating. And we talk a lot about this, and people say, why do you talk about it? And it's important because we are borrowing a lot of money now, and we will in the near future for major capital projects. If you have the better bond rating you have, the less money you pay to the banks for interest. And that's why it's important for us to maintain our AA+ bond rating. We have a strong financial position, and that's been purposeful. It's been built up over the last 10 years, basically, so we could take on these major capital projects. We have a balanced budget for FY26, and we're going to be strained to maintain that balanced budget, especially after the impact of the fire at Olympia Drive. This has caused additional expenses and also taken some properties offline. And we've been very successful in securing grants, and we have new staff who are coming on board, which we're really excited with, a new planning director, new comptroller, a new finance director who's been here for a while, all coming on board. So in terms of where we are, we look at what the ratings agencies have said about us. We have excellent fiscal management. We have forward-looking planning. We have strong financial systems. The audit has come in. We've reviewed the audit with the town council, finance committee, and it's excellent. We continue to work as a team, and we look to have steady managed growth over time. We're not going to see a big increase in income for the town. We basically get 3 to 4% increase of revenue a year, and then we have to manage all the needs of the town within that 3 to 4%. Now, we're going to spend a little bit of time getting into the details, but not too much time, Sean.
Thank you. So on the screen, you'll see our initial revenue projections for FY26 or 27. Sorry, Lynn. So we've already started working through these projections with the finance committee. So these are our very initial projections that we shared at the financial indicators presentation. We started working through these, and there's already been some updates. Nothing really material that impacts the budget gap at this point. But I just want to be clear that these are our starting projections and that these will evolve throughout the budget process. So we break it down into 4 major categories: property taxes, local receipts, state aid, and other financing sources. In property taxes, we're projecting a 3.4% increase, which is based on the 2.5% allowable increase in property taxes plus new growth. And it also includes our estimate for our debt exclusion payment for next year for the school project. In local receipts, we're projecting a 13.1% increase. This reflects the past year of higher receipts than what we budgeted. And we've heard from the council and from the finance committee, and so we've made some adjustments there. And so you'll see a larger than typical increase in that revenue source. In state aid, it's right now we're projecting it to be flat. The FY26 budget was finalized before the state budget was finalized. And so the number you see in the blue column there wasn't the actual final state budget. So when I put in the final state budget for FY27, there's a small decrease of $74,000. But the number that's in there for 27 is level funded with FY26. And then with other financing sources, these are transfers in from other funds. We're projecting this more or less level. In the ambulance fund, we're projecting a little bit of a decrease because we're not anticipating buying a new ambulance this year. And then in Community Preservation Act, that's based on the debt that we have for that year. But other than that, it's more or less the same. Miscellaneous, the $75,000 is based on an agreement we have with Comcast, which ends at the end of next calendar year. So we don't know what that will look like. And then the free cash contribution was a one-time contribution for the schools. Next slide. So that was the revenue side. On the expense side, we start with our operating budget. So those are the one for the elementary schools, the regional schools, the town, and the Jones Library. We are projecting a little bit of a higher increase to start than we have in the past at 3.5%. It does not assume carrying over the one-time contribution for the school district. And I'll clarify, that's for the elementary schools in FY26 that we're not projecting carrying over for FY27. So the net impact for the elementary schools will be a little bit less than the 3.5%. And then below that is our capital budget, which we're assuming 10.5% of the levy for capital. Because we're starting to pay the debt for the new, for our building projects, the elementary schools and the library, we're going to see the amount of capital available for non-building projects start to go down a little bit. And you see that here. You'll see the cash capital going down to 3.7 million, where it was higher in the year before. But that was expected as we start to take these building projects online and pay back the debt for them. Miscellaneous, the major cost there is our pension assessment from the retirement system. We have not gotten an exact number yet, but that's one of those things that will be updated when we get the exact number in the next week or so. And then unappropriated uses, so these are state assessments, whatever we get, charter tuition, choice tuition, things like that. Reserve for abatements and exemptions, which kind of ties into the question about the property that we lost. And then other amounts we raise are just a couple like tax title things we have to do. So all in all, based on our projected expenses for next year, very early, and our revenue estimates for next year, we have about a $230,000 gap. Next slide. So a couple charts that we thought were important. This is our economic growth revenue. So these bars represent the portion of our total operating revenue that is comprised of what we call economic growth revenues. And those economic growth revenues are new growth in our property values, meals tax, occupancy tax, motor vehicle excise tax, things like that. So we look at those set of revenues to say, is that growing as a portion of our overall revenue picture, or is it shrinking? You saw during COVID that it started to shrink when there was less economic activity going on downtown, and then it started to bounce back after COVID. Next slide. This chart looks at 3 of the major revenue sources: property taxes, local receipts, and state aid. And it looks at it on a per capita basis over the last 10 years or so, and then it adjusts it for inflation. So property tax has been the one that's grown the most because of the 2.5% automatic increase in property taxes, and then we've had the new growth on top of that. So that one's increased the most, but with inflation, you can see that the buying power has only increased slightly. With state aid, that's our second highest one. That has not increased as much over that time period. And so with inflation, it's maybe a little bit lower than it was in terms of buying power back in 2016. And then with local receipts, that one has really gone up and down, especially with COVID. So it's about even. And again, with buying power, it's a little bit lower than it was back in 2016. So all this is trying to show is that inflation has really eaten into the revenue growth that we have had. Next slide. So some challenges and some highlights. So we had robust discussion, my understanding, I wasn't part of it, but we had robust discussion among library schools in town in FY26 or in FY25, planning for FY26. The result was about a 5% increase for the school budgets and a 4% increase for town and library. And we were able to continue making investment in capital and sustainability initiatives. In terms of ongoing challenges, a big one that we hear from departments all the time is just maintaining level services. Most of our new money goes to benefits, and after that, it goes into personnel. And so there's really little money that goes into just the cost of software and equipment and supplies. And so that's a challenge that we definitely see for next year. Roads, as we all know, our relationship with the region and kind of managing that complex relationship with other towns. Health insurance, as you heard earlier, and just continuing to grow the tax base to meet the demand for new services. Concern, so expansion of the tax base. Our new growth will take a hit likely next year because of the loss of the property that was under construction, depending on how, what happens with that property going forward. We want to continue trying to reduce the town's carbon footprint while at the same time maintaining fiscal discipline, not just with that one, but with all the new initiatives that we'd like to do. We've got to continue our plan for funding the 4 building projects. We started 2 of them, but we still have 2 more that we've got to get going. And then just managing that needs generally are outweighing resources. And all this has a big impact on taxpayers. Strategies will continue to manage resources as frugally as we can, maintain our fiscal discipline, continue to look for grants. We've had good luck with the MBLC and with the MSBA, getting additional grants to make those projects more affordable for taxpayers. And we'll continue looking for ways to do that and to continue sustainable development. Next slide. So this is the budget process. We are on the second square tonight, public forum on the budget. The next step, the Finance Committee is going to meet sometime and discuss budget guidelines or finalize budget guidelines. You've had your initial discussion on those budget guidelines. Once the Finance Committee votes their recommendation, it will come to the council, and in December, the council would likely adopt budget guidelines for the manager along with goals. After that, we go into the capital planning season, which would be in the spring of 2026 with Joint Capital Planning Committee. Our school and library budgets are due April 1st. The town manager's budget is due May 1st. The finance committee will then review every department in detail, beginning in May, going into late May, early June. We'll hold another public hearing on a specific budget proposal in May and June, on the town manager's budget proposal in May and June. We'll have a hearing on the capital plan, and then at some point, the council will vote on the budget in June. Next slide. So these are just where to engage and when to get involved. So the public forum now, budget guidelines development now with this meeting tonight. The finance committee, I think, is called to order. So the finance committee is here and they're drafting those budget guidelines as we speak. Town manager goal development now. You can email the town council or the town manager with feedback, and then we'll have a public hearing in May of 2026. And then if feedback on capital will be the Joint Capital Planning Committee. They take public comment at all their meetings, which are public, and then there will be a public forum on the capital plan. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So if you are in the room and you want to make public comment, please make sure you have signed up with Athena. If you are online and you would like to make public comment, please raise your hand at this time. Counselor Walker, you have a comment.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, did we actually call the Finance Committee meeting to order?
Thank you. We did not. Kathy.
Thank you, Alicia. I call the Finance Committee to order, and all 5 members of the Finance Committee, Kathy Shane, Alicia Walker, Bob Hegner, Andy Steinberg, and Mandy Johanneke are here tonight, and they've already been called to order, and I don't see our 2 resident members in the audience, so we are called to order.
Okay, thank you so much. I see one person in the audience with their hand up. Are there any other people on Zoom? Please raise your hand now because I'm going to use that as my final count. I see 4 hands on Zoom. Athena, how many?
12.
12? Okay. So we're going to take public comment. I'm going to ask that you keep it to 3 minutes. Normally I would go to 2, but this is a very important time for us to have comment. Please make sure you stay to the issues of the upcoming budget, and make sure you also consult the clock. It's a tiny little thing, but it's there, and it will go off at some point when you have reached your 3 minutes. So with that, Athena, let's begin with people in the room.
Sarah Forsyth?
Please make sure the green light's on. State your name and where you live.
Green lights on. Thank you. My name is Sarah Forsyth. I am the president of the Amherst Firefighters Local 1764. I work for the town. Residents, counselors, town manager Bockelman, good evening. Again, my name is Sarah Forsyth, president of the Amherst Firefighters Local 1764, and I am here tonight to speak on behalf of the union. The recent tragedy at Olympia Drive and the events that unfolded on Halloween have yet again illustrated a stark reality that the firefighters of Amherst have been voicing for decades. The staffing levels of the Amherst Fire Department are dangerously low. On any given day, these brave men and women are expected to provide the highest level of care and service to the 39,000 plus residents of Amherst and the more than 34,000 students attending the multiple colleges in our town, with a minimum of only 7 or 8 firefighters on duty at any given time. These firefighters are tasked with staffing at least 3 ALS ambulances and 2 engines, an amount of apparatus that, by standard, would require at least 14 firefighters to staff. Instead, Amherst has chosen time and time again to run with fewer staff and risk the safety of its residents and firefighters by allowing engines to remain in service and respond to calls with as few as 2 and sometimes 1 firefighter on board. This practice is downright dangerous, not only to the firefighters, but to the citizens that they have sworn to protect. Amherst is relying too heavily on mutual aid resources to come into our town to staff our daily calls which would be better covered by a higher number of minimum firefighters on shift. This practice of running with fewer on-duty staff and relying on mutual aid is a drain on regional resources and is detrimental to the towns our mutual aid partners are responsible for. Our ask, once again, is that the town council and town manager prioritize public safety by increasing fire department staffing. We recognize that in fiscal year 23, as part of the town's strategic partnership with UMass Amherst, 4 positions were added to our roster. In this fiscal year, the town froze one of our positions, another detrimental blow to the department. Counselors, Town Manager Bockelman, Local 1764 is not asking for an immediate full-scale hiring spree. We are asking for a concrete multi-year staffing plan. Commit to adding positions annually until Amherst reaches the national firefighter per capita average. That plan will show residents that you prioritize their safety. Local 1764 is committed to the safety of Amherst residents and visitors. Counselors and Town Manager Bockelman, we look forward to working with you to increase the Amherst Fire Department staffing and demonstrate our shared commitment to public safety. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for joining us, Sarah. I'm going to go to Rabbi Esther. Please enter the room, state your full name and where you live.
Hi, my name is Esther Azar, and I live on Henry Street in Amherst. Last week, sorry, I didn't expect to be called. I want to tell you that I feel frustrated. I took a deep dive running for the school committee and learned so much through this process. And I recognize that there are many responsibilities that the town has, but it seems that our schools are seen as an enemy to the sustainability of our town. As a parent and an educator, it's painful to watch, and I hope that we can find a new way forward. Last week, I watched the BCG meeting and heard the library speak of their endowment, and I wondered how our schools could be provided with a similar safety net. And while I recognize that our schools cannot have an endowment, we can have a more robust stabilization fund. And I would like to request that money from this year's surplus be put towards that stabilization fund. And I'd also like to request that the town council understand the huge transition that's happening in the elementary school and the 6th grade academy. And that money is put aside specifically for that transition. Because although the narrative is that this is going to cost less money, definitely now it's not going to cost less money. This kind of transition is going to be require a lot of support for our students and for our staff. And I can I'm tired of talking about all the suffering that's going on in our schools right now and all of the students that are not getting their needs met. So I'm going to end here. Thanks.
Thank you for joining us, Rabbi Esther. Please go to the town room.
Tom Valley.
Good evening. My name is Tom Valley. I am a member of Amherst Firefighters Local 1764. And December 5th, coming up in just a few weeks, marks 20 years that I've been a firefighter in this town. I just wanted to reiterate what Sarah said and urge everyone to prioritize staffing of the fire department. This year, we're on track to respond to roughly 7,200 emergency calls in Amherst and the other areas that we cover. If you look around Massachusetts, there are a lot of fire departments responding to half of that with the same staffing, and they are begging for more help. And if you look at the NFPA standards, they're doing it rightfully so. We're responding to 7,200 calls a year with sometimes 7 or 8 firefighters on duty. And we are regularly sending fire apparatus with 1 or 2 people to life and death emergencies. And by regularly, I mean every day. Sorry. I I want you to think about the crowd of firefighters that were standing in the back of the room not 45 minutes ago. I can count on one hand how many of them live in this town and still have hands left over. When we're asking you for help, it's not to protect my family and my stuff, it's to protect yours. And I think sometimes that gets lost. We're not looking, it's not because I want to hire my buddies. It's because we want to do our job and we want to provide for this community that I've grown to love over the last 20 years and I consider myself a part of. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. We're going to go back to Alex Lopez. Please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
So I'm Alex Lopez. I live on Potwine Lane in South Amherst. I, until very recently, was standing out front holding a sign saying worst annual tradition, because it seems that we have this annual tradition where we all get together. We celebrate our reliability to standards and poor. We celebrate how our capital fund is doing and the ongoing construction projects around town. And then we lament the fact that we don't have staff in our schools or our fire departments in order to do the basic services that our residents require. The fact that we are steady building new structures, but can't adequately staff a fire department when they're burning down, is telling. And I think it's extremely revealing given the state of the schools that have been yelling this for years now, as we see the same trends. We sit in the shadow of major endowments, people who call themselves partners in our town. And yet it seems that the people who do not want to have the conversation about what a more appropriate partnership would look like are those who claim to be leading us from the town council chambers themselves. And so as a parent, when I was walking over tonight, I had my 3 kids with me and they asked, why is the fire department here? And I said, well, because they need to come beg for money too. It's the same reason why your friends are here. We live in a town that regularly not only can't staff, but the staff that we do have can't pay enough to live in town. And we wonder why it's unsustainable as we continue to invest money into buildings, but not the people inside of them. I hope that there will be a drastic change in our relationship to our residents, to our employees in this upcoming budget. Unfortunately, I don't have much faith in that. And I don't because I've continued to see the way that we celebrate these construction projects, the way that we can celebrate a town manager as successful while we continue to have the same problems year after year. And this is becoming the worst annual tradition in Amherst. So I'm hoping to see different. I'm hoping to see accountability, because right now the only thing I see different is that it keeps getting worse.
Thank you for joining us. Go back to the town room.
Angelica Brunel.
Good evening, Angelica Bernal, District 2. So I am here today as the mother of 2 students, one in Fort River Caminantes program and another in the ESP program in the middle school. And I'm here to ask you to support a strong budget for our schools. Year after year, parents like myself have been coming to ask you to give our schools the budgets they need to avert cuts. And year after year, Town Council is not ensuring a robust budget. I really hope this year will be different. It has to be, because our schools continue to remain in crisis and decline. Let me be specific about what that decline and crisis looks like for my family. When my daughter, who's here, started in the Caminantes program in kindergarten in 2021, the program was robust and it had plans for growth. She had a full year bilingual education. including Caminantes during the summer from 8:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. each day for free. Now, as a fourth grader, she and others have experienced teachers and coordinators leave the program, had her summer bilingual education cut first to less hours, then to asking parents to pay out of pocket over $1,000, creating a huge, imbalance between who could pay and who could not, to last summer, not having Caminantes summer at all. And now, as she's preparing for her final year, her and her classmates are worried that they just won't have a bilingual program in the middle school. Now, for students with special needs like my son, concerns have centered on high teacher turnover, insufficient paraprofessional supports, and lack of full-time staff positions that continue to remain unfilled. For instance, this year, my son's program didn't have enough paraprofessionals to support a class of high support needs students. So the special education teacher often had to step in and become a one-on-one. And this meant leaving her overwork and unable to even eat her lunch, let alone do planning. Other staff positions, like a full-time BCBA for the middle and high school, remain as yet unfilled. I worry in the face of all this that we are no longer an attractive school district. Year after year, our educators face uncertainty as they face the possibility of losing their jobs because of our budgets. This climate of austerity that I have had to see for the last 4 years is one that's left us wondering whether this town really cares about schools and providing our town's children with a quality education. But this year, my worries are even more intensified. 1 year ago, we still had an intact Department of Education. Now we don't. So for the first time in 4 years, I want to make a different request. Not just for strong budgets, but to actually invest in our schools. Last week with CPAC, we talked to school committee about the need for a mind shift. I'm calling for that now. A mind shift of how we think about budgeting, to think first and foremost about correcting years of austerity that have led us to a crumbling school system and more students opting to choice out to charter schools and out-of-district placements. For instance, consider that we can't continue.
I need you to wrap up.
So we can't continue to save money year after year for a rainy day fund with millions of dollars in surpluses to be spent on capital projects alone. We need to shift our budgeting mindset to reflect what is happening on the ground, that the rainy day is not in the future, it's now, and that our schools need those funds today.
Thank
or
you.
consider what we're saying, that we need to not just have that it's not about giving all municipal departments the same. It's not equitable.
Angela.
I'll say one last thing. In the present, our fire department and our schools are the top priorities in need. So it would be smart to provide them with percentages that reflect these needs. So thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you for joining us. Ellen J.G., please enter the room, state your full name and where you live.
Hello, I'm Ellen Jedrigadera. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I live on Bay Road, and I am a parent of 2 kids at Crocker Farm, soon to be middle schooler for one. And I'm asking for you all, as you set the budget guidelines for the year, please prioritize our schools. Our children really cannot take any more cuts to teachers, to special education co-teachers, paraprofessionals, specialist staff, world languages, arts, band, orchestra. The list goes on, libraries. Our class sizes have grown. I think my own child started in a class of maybe 14 or 15, and now the 2 classes in that grade are 24 and 26. Our numbers of general education and special education teachers have been reduced at the elementary and regional levels. The needs of our students have increased significantly. Even with declining enrollment, the needs have increased, especially in our preschool and all across our schools, and especially since COVID. We've mentioned in the past, and we'll say it again, that we have a sizable surplus each year, and we continue to put money into that surplus, I guess, as a rainy day fund, to fund capital projects. But why do we have to put as much as we do into those funds? What is the plan for them? And why can't we put some of it into what's most needed in our community rather than buildings, like our schools or like our fire department? We have an aging middle school, an aging high school. Crocker Farm is aging. You all have heard so many of us say this before, but our budget reflects our values, and our schools are a priority for so many in this town. So please, please make them a priority in this budget for the year. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for joining us, Ellen. Back to the room.
Kathleen Mitchell.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Mitchell. I'm a District 5 resident and parent to 2 children in the schools. I'm concerned about the future of our schools and whether we are meeting our legal and moral obligations to our youngest residents right now. Given the situation in the schools, I would encourage you to consider whether the percentage of the tax levy reserved for capital could be reduced to make more operating funds available to all departments. It is my understanding that the financial management policy sets 10% as a goal, and so the 10.5% amount exceeds that. And unlike free cash, this money is not one-time money. It is recurring money and could just as easily be used for operating as for capital. But once it's sequestered, that is no longer possible. Our schools do access some of these capital funds, but the different needs of the schools versus the town means that the vast majority of these funds go to support municipal expenses and projects. Our schools have capital needs, of course, but what they really need are educators in classrooms. Recognizing this difference and shifting budgeting practices accordingly would be a more equitable approach. Finally, given that the percent of tax levy sequestered for capital is now over $6 million annually, I would urge the council to request more transparency in terms of how these funds are ultimately spent once allocated in the capital improvement plan. At a time of fiscal scarcity, it is so important that we have increased transparency and accountability in terms of all public spending. And I know that you have difficult decisions ahead of you, and I hope that you'll keep in mind the fundamental difference between equity and equality and be willing to challenge the way that things have been done in the past. Thank you.
Kathleen, thank you for joining us. Pat Onabaku, please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Good evening. Pat, can people hear me?
We can.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Pat Onanibako, District 2. So I'm a resident of Amherst for more than 40 years. I'm a senior citizen. My husband is retired. It's getting really difficult to live in this town due to unaffordability. Taxes are high. And yet, as a woman of color, I feel that every year during the budget season, we're told, or taxpayers are told, this year budget is going to be really tight, challenges, this and that. And yet, we put tax dollars money into infrastructure. We take out loans that we cannot afford and then ignore people. I hope that people will reflect on the recent election. Voters are tired of white supremacy in this town. They want our tax dollar to go to people. So I'm here to advocate for fully funding all the recommendations made by CSWG, including CRES, DEI, Youth Empowerment Program, our public schools, bicultural center. And I'm also very concerned about having only 2 opportunities for public forum or comment for budget process, especially during this fall when that is, soon that will be holiday season. Perhaps people are not paying attention. I feel that there should be more public forum, maybe like around February, March, including the one around May. And I want to conclude by saying that if we really value people, we need to put our money where it belongs. I'm not impressed about being told we don't have money and yet we have money in the free cash. Take the money out of free cash and, use it for people, on people that will benefit families and residents of this town. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us, Ms. Pat. We're going to stay now with the people in the town room.
Allegra Clark.
Hi, my name's Allegra Clark. I live in District 2. First, I wanted to say thank you to all the firefighters who are still here in the room. It was really astounding to see the fire last Friday, and the response was, I don't have words for it. I'm so grateful that no lives were lost, no firefighters were injured. But it was the second week in a row that multiple towns were called in for mutual aid. The first being Halloween and the celebrations, leading to multiple transports to Cooley Dickinson. So I had an incident in 2023 with my son. He went into anaphylactic shock. It was over the summer, and I just remember being so grateful that it was that we live so close to the North Fire Station, and that the firefighters were able to come within 5 minutes. And that would not have been the case if my son went into crisis on Halloween or on November 7th. And so we really need to look at how we're staffing the fire department. I think that we need to go back to UMass because I do think that there is a significant impact from them being in this town to our usage of the fire department. And I think we need to ask for an increase in what they're providing to the department specifically, staffing and equipment wise, perhaps even ponying up for part of the new location, whatever that might look like. So I also just wanted to echo what other parents have said. I have 2 children in the public schools. I am a graduate of Amherst Regional High School myself, and I was looking at the list of all the programs that are no longer there over the last 20 years since I graduated, including the child life development, the shop programs, the culinary program, the like clothing program, and so many of the offerings that have just been cut every year in terms of what is offered at the high school, in terms of what is offered at our elementary schools. And I know that we have this great opportunity with 2 buildings merging into one to hopefully save some in operating costs. But again, as Rabbi Esther said, it also costs money to have a transition plan. So we need to be investing in our schools to make sure that in the long run, things are sustainable and that our children have the best education that we can provide them. We have great resources in this town and we need to be utilizing them appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us, Allegra. Next.
Laura Jane Hunter.
Good evening. I'm Laura Jane Hunter. My pronouns are she, her. I am the parent of 2 high school students, and I am the spouse of someone who has been a teacher at the middle school for 18 years. I want to echo what Allegra just said and say thank you so much to the fire department for all of their work and their efforts, and also to advocate for everything that they said about adequately funding the town services that are needed. I'm also here to talk about the schools. It is critical that we align our community priorities with the priorities that support the students. One of the critical issues that keeps coming up is the demand on the schools, the inadequate staffing, the lack of trained paraprofessionals, the lack of adequate pay for paraprofessionals, the lack of a pathway to certification for paraprofessionals who want to become educators, certified educators. And A lot of the issues, I think, could be solved or at least mitigated with smaller class sizes. With smaller class sizes, students who need extra supports can receive them. Educators can provide the kind of teaching instruction that they are so good at doing and not have to be just managing giant classrooms. And I have watched the classrooms that my children have been in, that my husband has been teaching in, get larger and larger and with less and less support. We as a community value our students, we value our schools, we value our educators. It is time for the town council to prioritize the funding for the schools and to make up the deficits that we've been living under for such a long time. I've seen it go, the reputation of our schools is declining along with the lack of funding for them. And if we want to continue to be a community where people want to come to live, where families want to live, that they can afford to live, we need to make our schools back to where they were way before COVID. Although of course the trauma of COVID continues as an issue. So I'm just going to say again, please, please, please prioritize the schools, prioritize the city services that provide safety and community justice, and stop putting money into vanity projects. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us, Laura Jane.
Rachel Hall.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rachel Hall. I'm in District 2, and I have 2 kids in the public schools. I also want to thank the firefighters tonight. It brought tears to my eyes listening to some of them speak, and the idea that people are begging to help other people is really all they're asking for. Really reminds me of the plea that I'm going to talk about with our schools. But I do want to say that I hope we can go to Amherst College and UMass and also fight for more funds to keep our town safe. No firefighters deserve to feel scared or unsupported or not have adequate funding to fight for all of our lives. Hearing about people begging for money and supporting students, I also sit here tonight and listen to your overview of the budget, talk about our amazing financial standing, our surplus, our free cash, and our fancy capital projects. It's quite devastating to hear this as a parent of a public school kid. In 2020, I was told that Amherst schools were the best. That's why we moved here, for the schools. Now we can't stay out of the papers for negative preventable incidents. Administration is constantly quitting because they are not supported and they don't have livable working conditions. Pipes are now filled with lead in our schools, we were informed today. Teachers are constantly fleeing the district. Kids are being unnecessarily physically restrained due to lack of oversight, lack of certified paraprofessionals. IEPs are not being met. Constant threat of the programs that bring our kids peace, our kids that have been through COVID and want to now get lost in a world of learning and imagination in language, in music programs, constantly getting cut. There's 0 designated specific funds for the 6th grade academy, which of course is going to have unforeseeable costs, and there's no designated funds that we've seen to support that meaningful and yet terrifying transition without the funds. I know that you do have a hard task. I know you have a budget to manage, but unlike some of the people who have spoken here tonight, I do have hope. I hope that you can imagine looking into the eyes of our children when you deliver this budget. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Next.
Sharon Ralph.
Hi, my name is Sharon Ruth, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of Amherst CPAC, the Special Education Parent Advisory Committee. We would like to encourage the Town Council to consider measures that would grow the overall town budget of Amherst, with a specific focus on directing new revenue towards providing higher quality education, especially improved special education services. Our current budget often feels like a zero-sum game, where critical needs must compete against one another. Relying solely on cutting existing services or redistributing limited funds is a strategy that inherently limits our potential. To achieve the high-quality education and comprehensive special education services that every student in Amherst deserves, we need to generate new sustainable revenue. Investing in education is an investment in our collective future and a core driver of our property values and community appeal. Let's shift the conversation from dividing a small pie to strategically growing a larger one that can adequately support all municipal functions, particularly the crucial needs of our children's education and special education services. Thanks for your time and consideration.
Thank you for joining us, Sharon. Next.
Stephen Sengsbosch.
Hi, thank you. My name is Stephen Sengabush. I live on Cottage Street. I am also a firefighter and paramedic for the town of Belchertown. And I wanted to come here tonight and voice my support for the Amherst Fire Department in their quest to increase their staffing. As Union President Forsyth mentioned, the department regularly has between 6 and 8 members covering well over 7,000 calls for service. As I said, I work for the Belchertown Fire Department. We staff 6 firefighters and run about half that number. I want to say something about why this matters. It's easy to call for staffing, but maybe I can help provide some clarity. Staffing is probably the #1 challenge for any department, but it's also an opportunity. It's a small industry, and everyone knows which departments are providing the best quality of life for their employees and the best care for their community. Amherst has a reputation. They have a reputation for devoted service and excellent care, but we all know that they are understaffed and that they're operating out of buildings that are stretched far past their end of life. I know personally that working while understaffed is incredibly mentally, physically, and emotionally draining, and as time goes on, it becomes actively damaging. When a firefighter is forced out due to physical or mental injury, it is a tremendous loss to the department and the community. It is a loss of money, up to hundreds of thousands of dollars in time and training that takes years to recover from. And it's a loss that puts even more stress on the peers who remain. A well-staffed fire department will attract new firefighters who are knowledgeable and motivated. It reduces overtime and injury costs, and it represents substantial improvements in the services to the town. It's my belief that the sum is more than its parts. I understand that every town is struggling to meet its budget requirements and you have difficult decisions ahead, but I hope you will consider their request seriously. I know they care for the town, and I am extremely proud to have these folks protecting me and my family. Thank you.
Stephen, thanks for joining us. Next.
Elijah Norman.
Hi, my name is Life Norman. I'm a town resident and an Amherst firefighter. What I want to say is that this
Can you
fire,
speak closer to the mic?
sorry.
Thanks.
This fire that we had was not a fluke. This town has a massive fire load and it keeps getting bigger every year. Yet our staffing is not adequate to even handle our daily call volume. We are overwhelmed on a daily basis. If this problem isn't fixed, I don't know if this has been made clear, people are going to die. And that should be terrifying to every single person that lives in this town. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Jesus Acevedo.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Jesus Acevedo. I live on East Hadley Road in Amherst. Firstly, thank you guys for having the ability for the public to comment. This is my first time here, so I'm grateful to be standing up for the town that I've grown up in and love with all my heart. I was going to speak on 3 distinct issues. I was going to speak on the staffing of the fire department, but I believe firefighters themselves has said a wonderful statement, and I just want to echo their sentiments that I believe that if our town does not adequately staff the fire department and the rest of our emergency services, that, like the young firefighter said before me, people will die. I know it's difficult balancing, town budget with the needs of the people, but I believe that if we don't prioritize the needs of the people within the town, what are we actually fighting for? in terms of education, I live with the teachers, so I hear on a day-to-day basis the trouble that they have within the school department with adequate staffing, with the paraprofessionals, with certification. And we have a bunch of resources within our town with the surrounding colleges that I believe that we should be asking for partnerships with to help these paraprofessionals and people get the certifications and stuff that they need to better serve our communities. In terms of other emergency personnel outside of the fire department, it's recently come to my attention that the town of Amherst only has one police officer who is able to help with crimes of a sexual nature. And I believe that that is it's just wrong. With the amount of people in our community that could be exposed to crimes of a dangerous nature, we as townspeople and people who believe in the institutions that we are trying to uphold deserve better. I ask for all your help in coming to meet the needs of the community, and this won't be the last time you see me, but the next time I will be better prepared.
Thank you for joining us, and we look forward to having you come back.
Deb Leonard.
Hi, my name is Deb Leonard, District 5. I'm speaking on my own behalf. In BCG last week, we heard that the library is drawing from its endowment to support its operating budget. First responders were here, sounding the alarm. Municipal draws from capital for operating expenses, and the schools have cut millions of dollars from its services for the past 2 years. This is not an issue of funding one department at the expense of another. This is not roads versus schools. I guess I forgot to mention the DPW. But this is an issue of marginalizing operating to fund capital. Overall, Amherst Town's operating budget share of the total budget dropped from 85% in 2010 to 77% in 2026. Meanwhile, the capital budget share went from $2.6 million in 2012 to $9.6 million in 2026. That's over 300%. You have a capital stabilization fund, and as far as I'm aware, you have not resolved any of the questions from the financial planning for the 4 major building projects from last November, a year ago now. I've often heard that growing capital has long been part of the plan. Can somebody please tell us what the plan was for the rest of us? Please give operating a relief by reconsidering the 10.5% for capital. Thank you for your time and service.
Thanks for joining us, Deb.
There are no other names on the register.
Thank you. That concludes public comment, and that also concludes the public forum on the budget for FY27.
We have a motion on the motion sheet to actually move to adjourn it.
Yeah.
Should we be doing that?
Yes, I will. So I'm making a motion to adjourn the public forum. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. I'll move immediately to the vote, and I believe in this case, I begin with Counselor Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
Aye.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Counselor Walker,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier,
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer's an aye, Counselor Haneke,
Aye.
Bob Hegner,
Aye.
Counselor Lord,
Aye.
Pam Rooney.
Yes.
It's unanimous with one absent. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Return at,
Is Finance Committee adjourned too?
oh, yes, Kathy,
Finance Committee is adjourned.
thank you. We'll return at 8:05. It's 8:05. We're returning to meeting.
Make her knock that gavel, yeah.
Okay, this is the council meeting that we recessed earlier, and so we have already been called to order. We're going to pick up with action item 8B. This is the proposed zoning amendment. This is the second reading and vote, and while I do understand that we have some amendments that have been shared with us, I want to thank you for doing that in advance. I'm going to read the motion, seek a second, and then we'll go to the amendments. The motion is to rescind zoning bylaw 5.011 accessory dwelling units and replace it with the language shown on page 9 to 12 of the motion sheet. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Anna, you have an amendment.
I know, and my email is loading so that I can pull it up. Sorry. I am, hang on. If anyone else has anything else they'd like to discuss while I find the correct email.
Actually, Pam and Jennifer, you have an amendment.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
You two go first. I'll go second.
Jennifer, do you want to address that or
Please make the motion and then speak to the, seek a second and speak to the motion.
I'm sorry, I have to pull up mine as well, because I don't think I saw it in the packet. Okay, I have the motion.
Oh, you got it?
Okay, I do have it. I think, so thank you. I think I will read it, just read the motion and then discuss it, because it's pretty straightforward.
We'll read the motion, seek a second, and then get.
Right, we can discuss it. Okay, so the motion is in section 5.0113.I to change the wording from, quote, there shall be no more than 2 on-site parking spaces provided for any ADU, unquote, to read, in the general residence, RG zoning districts, no more than 1 additional parking space shall be permitted for a protected use ADU. In all other residential districts and for local ADUs, there shall be no more than 2 on-site parking spaces provided for any ADU. And again, the 2 spaces is what is already in the proposed bylaw. So it's only making a change for protected use ADUs in the general residence districts. Thank you.
So are you striking any words?
No.
You're adding 2 words?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Was that a motion?
That was a motion. It's on this.
Second.
No, I'm seeking a second.
Second, Ruth.
Thank you.
Point of clarification, that motion seems to be striking all of I and replacing it with what's in bold. Or adding a whole clause, I guess, adding a whole clause in front of what's in bold. Is that what it's doing?
It's adding a sentence in front of, there shall be no more than 2 on-site parking spaces provided for any ADU.
So it's adding the text in bold.
And the clause then, so a sentence and a clause.
This is the existing sentence. And this is the amendment.
Is there any other question about the motion?
I was just clarifying, I didn't want to confuse that we were the 2 for people who have not been, focusing on that closely, haven't been on one of the committees that has reviewed the ADU bylaw, that the 2 spaces is what's current. I mean, that was not a change in language. It's only changing the requirement for the general residence districts.
Okay. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, again, I think it was on the information provided in the packet, at least for the last council meeting. We didn't get to this, to the ADU bylaw as one of the action items. So the context is that the Community Resources Committee's proposed amendment to zoning bylaw section 5.011, accessory dwelling units, that we voted on at the CRC's September 25th, 2025 meeting, recommends that no more than 2 on-site parking spaces be provided for any protected use ADU. And again, the state wanted to ensure that local municipalities did not impose excessive number of what they would say parking spaces. They did not want, because they want as many ADUs, the protected use, to be built as possible to make it as easy as possible to build them. They didn't want municipalities putting up obstacles by requiring too many parking spaces. So the CRC voted that we would not allow more than 2 on-site parking spaces, which should actually alleviate what the state perceived as a burden, help reduce the burden on those wanting to build a protected use ADU. So the motion that Pam and I are proposing is that only for protected use, only applies to reduce to 1 parking space to protected ADUs in the general residence districts. So both of the general residence districts, there's only 2 in Amherst. Most of the 2 districts are contained within Council District 4. And both general residence districts are within half a mile of public transportation and within walking distance to downtown and the University of Massachusetts campus. The protected use ADUs in the general residence district are largely built and are being built as accessory units to houses that already provide parking for up to 4 vehicles. Adding a 5th parking space is really as much as the smaller parcels in the general residence districts can accommodate. So we're not asking for only 1 parking space on the property, but for just 1 additional parking space. Our thinking is, and we've heard from residents in our district to this effect, that 5 parking spaces on the small parcels in the general residence district is really as much as those parcels can realistically, not realistically, but can comfortably handle. And we want to encourage walking and use of public transportation. And we're talking about ADUs that are, for the most part, being built adjacent to houses, again, that already have 4 parking spaces, but also the general residence districts are where you can walk to the university and walk into downtown. And, we're also, for the most part, speaking of, younger people who we would like to, again, just encourage to walk, to ride bikes, to use public transportation if you live close to downtown and the university, and to not have to sacrifice, really all the green space on small parcels. So that's the context I'm providing. Pam, you might certainly want to add in.
Thank you. Pam, you're the other sponsor. Did you have something to say?
Thank you. I just wanted to add the point that with the protected use ADU that the state is promulgating, it does state in the state recommendation that only 1 parking space be required or be allowed, in fact, within a half mile, if you're outside a half mile of a public transit or your destination. And given that much of the RG is well within a half mile of public transport, and much of it is well within a half mile of the campus itself, that we felt that the adherence to the state's recommendation of only 1 parking space being required in the RG would be more appropriate than the 2 that are generally being recommended across town.
Okay. Councilor Haneke.
So I appreciate that Jennifer and Pam have modified this from what we talked about a couple weeks ago, where they were going to suggest changing it for everywhere across town. So I do want to say I appreciate and recognize that you heard those concerns and looked at a different wording. I'm still concerned with this wording, and a couple of reasons. The planning board actually suggested that instead of 2, it be no more than 3. And CRC already reduced it from 3 to 2 throughout town, as we can't put more than 2 per ADU. So going even farther, even in one part of town, really concerns me, given that the planning board was even higher than what we at CRC recommended. The RG is a district that in many locations, the council, and prior to the council's existence, the select board has already restricted on-street parking. If you remember, we've completely eliminated on-street parking during the day on Lincoln. It's already eliminated during the day on High Street, and I believe some other areas around town, around the high school. And so there isn't a lot of room to move cars out of parcels and onto street, because we've already sort of eliminated that ability in much of the RG to begin with. Pam and Jennifer talked about, as a reason, small parcels in the RG. They don't define small or large, but there are a number of parcels that are well above 20,000 square feet in the RG. That's the same, actually, that's the same size as the RN requirement for minimum lot size. There's some that are even larger. So if it's a concern about lot coverage, well, we've already got requirements for lot coverage depending on the size of the lot. And so if it's the small lots that are concerning, it's likely that they might not be able to add more than one anyway, because they bump up against the maximum lot coverages based on the size of the lot. But we shouldn't be restricting parking for all parcels when you're concerned about solely the quote small parcels. And finally, the history of the reason that the state regulations have a statement that says the ADU bylaws or towns cannot require more than one parking spot, require more than one parking spot per ADU. It just says nothing about allowing more than one per ADU. It says requiring more than one. And the concern about that was there have been towns that have required 2, 3, 4 parking spaces per ADU, and for the sole reason of essentially saying, oops, you can't fit those parking spots in, you're not allowed an ADU. And the state was concerned about the towns using required parking spaces to basically not allow ADUs in their town. Which is not what this amendment or the no more than is looking at. It's sort of the opposite. I agree, we're looking to encourage public transportation and all, but I still don't think this is the way to go. So I'm listening to others, but I'm leaning towards not supporting it.
Okay. Kathy Shane.
I have a question rather than a comment on this. When we're talking about the lot coverage and the building coverage in terms of the RG zone or any of them, does lot coverage include a parking lot? In other words, because the lot coverage, what constitutes it? Because I think the concern here is in the smaller square footage areas, you'll end up having pavement for cars and buildings taking up much of the land. And then you get where does the water go? Where does the green grass go? So I don't know whether the parking space, if it's impermeable, counts as part of the lot coverage, in which case would our coverage provisions be protective? So in other words, I've got a building, I got another building, I've got a parking lot. And you say you can't have that big a parking lot because then you've covered too much of the land. So it's a question on the smaller lots. Are you protected against the addition of too many parking spaces because of the coverage provisions? It's a pure question.
Pam, did you want to answer that?
Sure. The short answer is yes. Parking lots do count as part of the coverage formula.
Kathy, was that sufficient?
Yeah, I
Yes.
also have a response, though. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think it does answer my question. So I'm looking at how protective is it already? We can't require it. As Pam read, the way the state law says, the town couldn't require more than one. It can't actually even require one if it's you're within a half mile of a bus stop, and probably all of RG is within a half mile of some sort of bus stop. So normally we wouldn't be able to require it. And this is a permission. Yeah, so I did get an answer to my question.
Okay. Jennifer, did you have further comment on that?
Yeah, but what they can also do is if they don't, you can put gravel or you can create parking spaces that are not necessarily on cement, and that does not count toward lot coverage. So some of it is you can have, 6 cars in a very small space where, neighbors are looking out on parking lots and bright lights late at night. So that's a way of getting around the impervious. I shouldn't say getting around, but people, I mean, I have a parking space. It's just because I prefer the gravel, but, that is not, it's a parking space, but it's not cement or concrete.
Nate Malloy has joined us. Nate, thank you. Would you like to add clarity to this?
Sure. So in all zoning districts, we have building coverage and then lot coverage. So building coverage is what's covered by a structure. It could be the principal dwelling in this case and any accessory structures. And lot coverage is the addition of that plus any impervious or improved surface. So a gravel parking area is actually part of lot coverage, and a parking space by definition or a zoning bylaw would be an improved surface like gravel or pavement. So it would count towards lot coverage. In the RG, it's 40% of a lot is the maximum lot coverage. So, you have your building coverage, then you have your lot coverage. So essentially 40% of a property could be considered lot coverage. And that's, anything including buildings, sidewalks, gravel areas, parking areas, patios. We even consider, solar panels, depending on how they are mounted, if they're ground mounted. So a bunch of things count towards lot coverage.
But it should be noted that with the very narrow lots, you could still have parking for 6, you're saying, and it could be right up against, very close to the house next door. The lot might be deeper.
Sure, yeah, we don't, so the lot.
I have 8 cars on the other side of my backyard fence. It's 50 feet away.
Right, the setbacks are something different. So we don't, parking can be really close to a property line. It's a structure has a setback. Typically, a parking area does not.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Ryan.
So in order to support this, I just need to understand better what the problem is that this amendment is trying to address. If you could help me get a better sense of what it is that you see this is going to make better. I've just learned from Councilor Haneke that at least it sounds like the planning board and I assume planning staff didn't see an issue, but you apparently do. So could you help me understand better what it is that you think this is going to, the problem it is that this is going to address, this amendment?
Jennifer?
Let me let Pam go first.
Okay, Pam.
Thanks. I'm sorry, could you say your question again?
He wants to know what problem are you trying to solve?
Okay, thank you. Yes. The state recommended in its bylaw that there be, as Councilor Haneke explained very well, the state did not want us putting burdens on developers to require too many parking spaces so that it would be too expensive to build ADUs. The state recommended that within a half mile of any transit stop or a destination, major destination, that there be in fact no parking spaces required at all. I don't think any of us thought that was great, but we also weren't excited about having too many parking spaces required. Across town, and as noted, not every parcel is the same size in every zone, but across town, the ability for a parcel to accommodate two parking spaces for an ADU seems reasonable. But outside of inside the RG, which you live in as well, the apparent need for extra parking seems unnecessary. People live so close to bus lines. They live so close to the university. Why are we asking them to do two parking spaces for a protected use ADU? So the recommendation within the RG is to drop that to one requirement rather than two spaces.
They're not required to provide two, but they can have up to two. What you're saying, if I understand it, is you can only have one. Is that
Yes.
correct? And
In
you're saying
the
that
RG.
because you think, the RG is a more dense zoning area, and houses, at least in certain areas, are much closer to each other, and you feel that if they were allowed to have up to two, and they did choose to have two, this would do what terrible thing?
Jennifer?
So this, we heard from several residents came to us. So this is what it is in response to, and what they are seeing is they're not objecting to the ADU being built, adjacent to the house. But in the cases that have happened so far, and I think it's fair to say it is how it will happen in a lot of the RG, because the general residence districts are so close to the university that thus far, in every case where protected use ADU is being built, it is adjacent to a house that is already rented for residents that are unrelated, and they each have cars. So there's 4 cars parked now, and residents are seen because it wouldn't, I guess, if you've already received your building permit for an ADU, then you already have, because right now we haven't passed any bylaw, so ADUs are going up where they're adding parking spaces on small lots and lots that are very close to their next door neighbors, where there's already space for 4 cars. And now so we're not talking about these residents that have come to us are not talking about only wanting one space on the adjacent properties, but limiting it to 5 spaces, because there's already 4 for the 4 unrelated residents that are living there. And then the ADUs are also being built for unrelated, really in every case, so far. And I would expect that a lot for the majority to continue, of talking about having basically 6 parking spaces, feet away from their residence on a small lot versus the 4 that are already there. So the thinking was, they said, could we limit it to a 5th space instead of 6? And I don't think it even came up in the planning board. And again, it was brought to Pam and I because we are the counselors from District 4, which contains most of the only 2 general residence districts where there's already a lot of, there's activity, protected use ADUs already being built. And again, they're always on properties where there's currently at least 4 parking spaces. And there may be more because we haven't restricted it in the past. So the issue we're trying to address is being residents who are concerned about basically having many parking lots and the lights and the activity, that are, because at least three of the residents I've heard from, these are small lots. They are literally feet away from the parking lots.
George, did that respond to your question?
Yeah.
Thank you. Pam Rooney. Oh, okay. Counselor Haneke.
It's my understanding that the zoning bylaw doesn't limit how many parking spaces can be built into a unit for a residential dwelling or a single-family dwelling. I was just looking. I have an old copy. It's 3 years old, but I don't think we have a maximum number of parking spots for single residential dwellings. The maximum, in some sense, would be based upon lot coverage requirements, maximum lot coverage. So I guess my question to Nate is there anything stopping someone who applies to build a protected use ADU from when they submit their parking plan, designating 6 or 7 spots? I'm just making up a really large number, to go to the main house and then 1 to the protected use ADU, say if this passed, such that this doesn't actually, as Jennifer and Pan have been saying, limit the number of parking spots on a lot to 5.
Nate? I
Sure,
also want to
so-
point out that Rob Morrow's in the audience too.
Yeah, to clarify, we in the bylaw we talk about driveways and drive aisles and then parking spaces. So if you had a driveway to your property, you can park cars in your driveway, and so a parking space, would be something that is, adjacent to or not part of the drive aisle or driveway. So really, it's a separate space. You can see it, right? You might angle your cars off the driveway. So if someone were to have a driveway that could accommodate 7 cars, that's just the driveway that has 7 cars. You could stack cars or whatever. Maybe it's 6 cars, you stack two, it's a double wide driveway and you can stack 3 cars deep. So that's that you can park 6 cars in that driveway and there's no parking spaces. So the parking space is this, an additional paved area to accommodate, cars. That it's not part of the drive aisle. We typically don't, 5 or more requires a permit. And so typically what we found is that's in the zoning bylaw, and usually a bigger project will trigger that. So for some of these projects, if someone were to increase the paved area on their property, there really isn't a permit or a threshold that is triggered unless it is a bigger project. So a land use permit isn't required for someone to, pave a bit more. With an accessory dwelling unit, because of the permit and the other requirements in the bylaw, we're asking for a parking plan and a management plan, so staff would see that, and it could be captured. But, in terms of how many spaces on a single family home, that is really just the dimensional standards. That's your lot coverage and your building coverage. So if I owned a single family home and I have 4 kids and I want to have a big parking area because I have an extra car or 2, I could essentially create a big parking area just for myself, my single family home. And you're guided by the what's in the zoning bylaw. So if it's 5 more spaces, you would need a permit, and then there's lot coverages. So I'm not sure, Mandy, to your question, if it's part of the driveway and you just have a big driveway, you don't really have separate parking spaces, there's really no permit or review for that. It's only when you're creating the separate kind of parking area does it become subject to review.
Okay. Anna?
Okay, so I thought I had a grasp on it, and then Nate, you gave me a lot more information. So to clarify, the house could have, we're talking about a house in the RG, it could have up to 4 parking spots, depending on the lot size and the lot coverage, but let's hypothetically say 4. The ADU could have, under this proposed amendment, 1. So there could be 5 cars still in this small lot.
Right.
My concern is a little bit that we keep shrinking and shrinking the number of cars, and I just am trying to understand the rationale. I'm not necessarily opposed to it conceptually, but I think I looked at the version the planning board sent and it had 3. CRC dropped it to 2. Now in certain districts we want to drop it to 1, and I'm trying to understand the shrinkage, and I think that Jennifer and Pam, you've explained that decently well. But my concern is that I hear, Jennifer, what you're saying, and that we have a lot of students who live in our neighborhoods, and that the ADUs you've seen go up have been rented to students. But we talk a lot about wanting to attract families. And while this district is near to UMass and is near to public transit, those lines may not serve families who live here, who don't happen to work in town or at UMass. And what I'm worried about is an accidental impact of this, of creating a zoning that essentially limits this to students or staff and faculty at the university, right? So as we think about making our dwellings appeal to the broader, a broader audience than just affiliated with UMass, is this helping or hurting that kind of cause? And it could just be that that's in your mind worth the kind of the juice is worth the squeeze there, of if you're not convinced that this would be attractive to single families in the first place, and so it's worth putting that restriction in. But that is my concern with restricting it, as I think about, there are plenty of like couples, for example, who could live in an ADU and who would need two separate vehicles to get where they're going if it's not served by public transit. Well, PVTA is great. It doesn't serve everything that we need. So that is my concern with this, is that we are essentially kind of putting some bounds on it that will make it only accessible to folks that are affiliated within walking distance in that ways. And I'd love to hear your response to me, because I think that's what my concern is with this. My concern is alleviated a little bit by what Mandy is saying, which is that these houses in and of themselves can have a ton of parking anyway, in which case I'm not really sure this is making that much of an impact. I do have a separate question that is tangentially related to this amendment, and I'd like to pose it. And then if I hear that this is too far away, I think it's more related to the bylaw at large. It's about permitting, so I'll ask it later.
Thank
So
you.
that's my comment, Jennifer and Pam. It's not necessarily a question, but that's what is sticking with me right now.
Okay. Jennifer or Pam, do you want to respond to that?
I'd like to. I actually want to ask Nate to clarify for everyone that our zoning bylaw does state that there should be no more than 2 cars parked typically in the front setback of a property. That means that the house with 4 unrelated people in it, and we're assuming that there are only going to be 4 unrelated people in it, the extra 2 cars are either parked on the street, or if they create some parking space, that parking space needs to be behind the house or adjacent to the house, not in front. So by the time you look at a parcel in the RG that may have an 80 to 90 to 100 foot front property line, frontage, you're getting pretty tight with your parking, and you're getting a lot of disruption. I did want, so that was the one point, and I just want to clarify with Nate that I'm correct.
Nate?
Right. So the zoning bylaw, limits the number of cars parked in the front setback to 2. So, typically you can't, stack cars along have 5 cars parked in the front.
Okay, thank you. Jennifer, you had your hand up?
Yeah, well, the first thing I'd say, there are 4 cars and 5 cars parked in front of houses in the RG neighborhoods all over. I mean, I guess, neighbors don't report, I don't think people know, but there's, and we can't seem to be able to address the situations that are in, I would venture to say 98% of, but I guess I can't put a percentage, but there are a lot of houses in the RGs that are rented to 4 unrelated people. They make a lot of money. It's very close to campus. The ADUs are being built to house, and there's no limit. We can't impose an occupancy limit. So they are being, the same investors who own the houses that are currently now being rented to 4 unrelated can add an ADU, which they've started to do, to double the number of the amount of rent that they're making, the houses that have four unrelated all have four cars parked in front of them. And so, yes, they could say we're going to have two more for the main house and just one for the protected use. But I guess, so then you'd have seven, but some limitation, because you will have basically parking lots, whether they're on impervious surface or not. Now, again, there's a little tiny flag lot behind me. There are two houses. As long as I've lived there, every September, 8 new residents move in between the two houses. There are always 8 cars parked there. You can come look. I mean, it's fine. Every year, the residents meet with the neighbors, the people who live there. I'm not looking for any change in that. That's grandfathered in. It's fine. I'm just saying I brought that example up once in CRC and I was told, well, you could have 2 families living there and they'd each have a car. I would venture to say if 2 families were living on these 2 little houses that I'm talking about on this little flag lot, they probably would not have 8 cars between them. But so if there's already, so that is what residents have said to us, that they are seeing just a lot of cars. And the people who have spoken with us, the ADUs are already in process of being built. So that's the concern. And again, if we're saying that we don't allow 4 cars in a driveway, I don't know how we, even if anyone's going to call to enforce that, but I would say it's a given in a lot of the RG that there are 4 cars in many, many driveways. And I would say all the driveways rented to 4 unrelated people. And I'm always amazed because it's so close to campus, but every resident seems to have a car.
If a ADU is already in process, that means it's already been permitted. That means that the parking has already been allowed. So this would not impact those. This would only impact future ADUs.
Call the question.
Thank you. The question's been called. Okay.
I will second that call.
Second the call. We have a question that's been called, and I'm going to move to a motion to a vote. Clarify the vote. This is calling the question. That's all it is.
It's the vote to end debate.
Vote, right. Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
Yes.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Counselor Walker,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier,
Aye.
Counselor Ette. I'm sorry, Lynn Griesmer is an aye. Counselor Haneke. Counselor Haneke.
Aye.
Bob Hagner.
Aye.
Counselor Lord.
Aye.
Pam Rooney.
Sure.
Counselor Ryan.
Aye.
Okay. The question that's been called is on the motion to amend. The motion to amend is what we have seen on the screen. Would the clerk please place that on the screen again? Okay. Is there any further questions about what we're voting on? Okay, then in that case, we're going to begin with Andy Steinberg,
No.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Counselor Walker,
Abstain.
Pat DeAngelis,
No.
Anna Devlin Gothier,
No.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye. Counselor Haneke,
No.
Bob Hagner,
Abstain.
Counselor Lord,
Nay.
Pam Rooney,
Yes.
Counselor Ryan,
No.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
4 in favor, 1, 2, 3, 6 nays, and 2 abstentions, and 1 absent. The motion fails. We move on to the next. Anna, could you please introduce your motion? With a
Absolutely.
motion and seek a second.
Absolutely. Thank you. I did send it to Athena if you're able to pull it up. But I moved to replace section, let's see, 5.0115B with the following text. A detached local ADU shall be clearly accessory to the principal dwelling in terms of scale, massing, and layout on the site. And the reason why, oh, sorry, I'll say the motion. then.
Excuse me, is there a second?
Why I stopped talking.
Second.
Okay.
Thank you. So the reason why I made this motion was the initial language here felt like it was putting the town in a bit of a position of being an HOA. This felt more like it was limiting our opportunities. I mean, it sounds a little fluffy in the grand scheme of this, but it was limiting opportunities for creativity and design. We also already have design standards that would be applied to this project, so it felt secondary. Initially, I wanted to strike this completely, and so I want to give credit to Mr. Nate Malloy for kind of helping me pump the brakes on that a little bit and thinking about the initial, I think, intention of this wording, which was basically saying, you know, you shouldn't have something that's wildly out of scale in terms of like massive comparative to the principal dwelling. Our standard designs or our design standards, excuse me, would still apply to this, but I felt that the initial language was too constricting and so it felt overreaching to me. So this is my proposed amendment.
Motion's been made and seconded. Comments? Kathy Shane?
Anna, thank you. I do like your language. I just have a comment. Because the local ADU can be as big as 1,200 feet without reference to the size of the principal, it can be bigger.
I know.
So I had asked, how is a local ADU an accessory if it's bigger than the principal? And the answer I got in the casual discussion is, well, whether maybe the ADU becomes principal and the other becomes accessory, because something that's bigger than the first won't, in scale, won't look accessory. So I'm fine with your language. I'm just saying that we've got a disconnect here with the size. One of the potential amendments to the way this was written was no more than 90% of the size of the, however we count the size. And instead it was seen as attractive to allow an ADU to be larger, the local ADU, so that you could have this owner occupancy requirement. So that's the only thing I want to point out. It doesn't mean I don't think yours is a clearer language, but it's not going to look as like an accessory if it's bigger, is my comment.
Okay. Councillor Haneke?
Yeah, I was going to make the same comment. So I'd like to hear from Nate on how that would work if someone proposes, you know, if someone's got a 1,000 square foot house on a lot, which I know, or smaller, which I know there are some houses, residences in our town that are that small, single family residences that are that small. And they propose a 1,200 square foot quote ADU. How does that work? Would it automatically be swapped? Sort of, you're now proposing to build a principal dwelling with the other one an ADU. Like how does that work?
Nate, how does that
I
work?
got another question though. I noticed the change from it applies to all local ADUs to just a detached ADU. So my other question is, there can be attached ADUs. What does detached mean? Can a open breezeway count as attached, not detached, sort of? So like, are there ways that would typically be a detached that a builder might make it attached by like a quick breezeway so that this section wouldn't apply to it?
Nate?
Sure. Yeah, I think to your first question, Mandy, it's a good one. And so staff was thought it would be fine to remove this in its entirety. So we don't even need the proposed second statement. Through an administrative approval, so a local ADU has two permitting paths. One is administrative approval, and it could be by special permit. In neither instance, either the building commissioner, staff, or the ZBA can use the design review principles and, other criteria in the bylaw to review, the size and massing of a structure. So I agree that if it's, depending on the size of the ADU and the principal dwelling, someone could say, well, what does it really mean to be accessory if the gross square feet is bigger on the accessory dwelling? And that becomes, say, we call it a design challenge. I'm not sure staff will, really look at that and say, well, move the roof line a few feet if really that's the design and it seems to work, right? I gave an example saying, like a 2.5 story accessory dwelling unit on a single story building, because, you have certain height requirements in the bylaw. So you could have something that seems really easy to discern. I think in your example, Mandy, it could be difficult to say, really what does it mean to be accessory? In terms of detached, a connection like an open air breezeway would not have it be considered detached or attached. And so that would be, essentially like, a separate building. So to be attached has to have, a shared wall or common space. It can't be, something that is connected through something that isn't living space or isn't, enclosed in that way.
Councillor Haneke, anything else? Pam Rooney?
Thanks. I appreciate the trying to be flexible. I think that's good. But I guess I am, the way I'm reading the proposed replacement doesn't seem to work, simply because what we've been talking about. There's a very good chance that the accessory might be equal in size or maybe larger in size than the existing building. So I would have to vote off the words "shall be clearly accessory." The existing statement can be designed so the appearance and scale of the structure is compatible with the principal dwelling, to me is very wide open. I see examples of architecture in town that probably even went through the design review board because they have to review duplexes, I believe. I actually don't have a problem with the existing language, but I would have a problem with the wording of being clearly accessory, because I don't think it will hold. Thank you.
Councillor Ryan.
Kind of having the same issue that Councillor Rooney is having, and especially hearing what's just been discussed. It seems like the proposed language is just going to run up against reality, and that's going to create even more problems. If I understood Nate correctly, and maybe I didn't, it sounded like staff was even proposing just eliminating B in its entirety. Is that right? Did I understand that? And that just sort of relying on design review standards?
That was my initial proposal, and Nate did say that staff would support that. I selected this language, which Nate also gave me a couple options of things I might consider, because I thought that more people would be interested in this versus removing it in its entirety. I would be very happy if this motion fails to present that as a secondary motion.
Yeah. I like the spirit of B, and in a sense, what it's saying, if it's left in, the language that's there right now, if it's left in and not stricken, gives probably pretty clear, or at least gives guidance to staff as to what we're trying to accomplish, which is we'd like whatever is built to be in appearance and scale compatible with the principal dwelling. And we would leave that up to the judgment of staff, guided by design review standards. So yeah, I'm kind of leaning to leaving the language as it is and trusting the judgment of staff. I think the language that's proposed, as we've already said now, seems to create some other problems that we don't really need. So yeah, I guess I'm leaning to not supporting this.
Thank you. I don't understand why B seemed to apply to all local ADUs, and all of a sudden in the new language, we're only talking about detached ADUs. Why wouldn't we just say a local ADU? So that whether it's attached or not attached.
I don't necessarily have a great answer for you on that, and I would see if Nate has any insights. I think the idea is really that the risk of a detached ADU being significantly different might be higher, but I don't I have no problem with an amendment to just say a local ADU. If that is something that the council would like to see shifted in this.
If we delete that, does the person who seconded the motion agree? Yes, delete that. Thank you. We're back to Councillor Haneke.
So if I had to choose, I would choose to delete B completely. And I know it's a little bit out of the amendment, but I'm not sure I can support an amendment that requires the local to be clearly accessible when accessory, when we know in fact that there are some that size-wise scale can't be. Yet I've got a real problem with requiring the appearance of an ADU to be compatible with the principal dwelling. Because I do agree with Anna that gets a little more into HOA sort of over-regulation of what we like to look at. And we shouldn't be doing that. If someone has, and I'm going to go on extremes here, if someone has a colonial or pre-colonial salt box dwelling on their property and they want to put an ADU that is a mid-century modern Frank Lloyd Wright inspired design ADU, they should be able to. But those appearances don't look anything alike, and some would say they're not compatible, but they're the ones living in it. And they should be able to build what they want to look at and live in. So I don't like either one. I'd rather see them both deleted.
On its one final comment, and we're going to move to the vote.
Well, before we get to that vote, if you don't mind, my final comment is, yeah, Mandy, I agree. If I wanted to build a ADU that looks like a pirate ship, I should be able to do that. But if Mandy Jo was my second on this, am I allowed to amend the motion to simply strike all of the words?
No, let's stay with this motion and then we'll move to.
I'm asking policy-wise what is allowable in terms of amending my current motion as the motion maker if my second agrees.
I think the best thing to do would be to withdraw your motion.
I understand that you think that's the best thing. I'm asking if policy-wise I'm allowed to change my motion to strike it.
I think it would be called withdraw.
No, because I'm not. I'm still moving to strike the initial language.
Motion literally is replace this with, and it would just be replaced with nothing.
Blank.
Right. That's
I
how
believe
I'm
that is in
suggesting.
order. So I would like to make an amendment to my initial motion to remove from the word a to the period at the end.
Mandy Jo, you seconded?
Yes.
Okay, the motion's been removed. We're now back to the original, and the original
It's not the original.
No, the original is crossed out, so the original should not be crossed out at this point.
Nope, the original should be crossed out. My initial motion was to delete that and replace it with the second text. I've now taken it to say delete that and replace it with nothing.
All right.
When it was a procedural thing. This isn't like
it's fine. It's fine.
I know.
Thank you. The motion now is to delete the B entirely. Mandy, you're the second?
Yes, and I'm
okay,
fine with
fine.
that.
Pam Rooney.
I would actually like to hear from Nate Malloy what is helpful to staff since they will be administering permits for this type of building. And is it helpful for them to have some sort of compatibility clause in here?
Nate?
Yeah, so, some of the conditions that are in the proposed amendment are carryovers from what's in the existing bylaw. So there is something that's similar. I think Anna brought up a good point, and, when it's administratively approved, what does compatibility mean? And so I had suggested language trying, looking at the design review standards and principles and, and came up with a few suggestions and, we shared an email or two. I think the easiest thing would be to remove it and rely on what's already in the bylaw. So we're not trying to paraphrase standards and conditions that are already clearly written. So, 3.325 or section 3 and the 10.38 and the administrative approval process already have conditions and criteria. And so rather than try to paraphrase it here, it's already built into the bylaw and the review process. And so to me, that would be easier than trying to figure out how do we, come up with what we think is the right kind of terminology in terms of what's compatible or massing or scale. And so I understand what the motion is and what we're trying to get at. And I think it's a really difficult thing to achieve. I think sometimes it's a set of standards that might be applied appropriately. And that's what we have in our bylaw and the other sections. So relying on the design review principles, the administrative approval criteria can guide decisions as well as, this could or couldn't.
Thank you. The motion on the floor is to strike B. A local ADU shall be designed so that the appearance and scale of the structure is compatible with the principal dwelling. Kathy, one final comment, please. Let's go.
It is a final comment. I like this clause a lot because I don't think it restricts completely the way Mandy just said. I think we would like some of these to be compatible. Remember, there could be, under this new bylaw, there could be 3 where there's only one. You can have a protected, a local, and a principal. So I think some concern about scale and compatibility is important. So I'm going to be voting against this.
Okay. Andy, we're starting the vote with you. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Jennifer Taub. I'll start with you.
No.
Counselor Walker.
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis.
No.
Anna Devlin Gothier.
Yes.
Counselor Lynn Griesmer is a no. Counselor Haneke.
Aye.
Bob Hegner.
Nay.
Counselor Lord.
Aye.
Pam Rooney.
No.
Counselor Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
No.
Andy Steinberg.
No.
The motion fails. The section stays. We're back to the original motion. The original motion, as I voiced it earlier, is to rescind zoning bylaw 5.001 accessory dwelling units and replace it with the language shown on page 9 to 12 on the motion sheet. And let me just point out that's been made and seconded, and there's been no successful amendments. We're moving immediately to the vote.
Point of order,
yeah.
there hasn't been any discussion on the whole thing. You should at least ask.
All right. Let me just mention, however, there has been some, and it happened at an earlier meeting, and we've had both the CRC meeting, CRC report, and we've had the GOL report. Counselor Haneke, please continue.
I'm not saying I want to discuss it. I just think it was inappropriate to say, basically, there is no discussion without asking if there was discussion.
Okay. Thank you. Anna?
Do you need a second?
No, the motion's been made and seconded. Thank you. Anna?
I'm
Yeah.
curious about the permitting with ADUs. If this is considered and I apologize, I did read through, and if I missed it, I'm sorry. But if this is an entirely separate rental permit, and if it's included in a rental permit for a primary dwelling, and if so, how the number of unrelated persons is impacted by that. I thought it was a separate one, but I just wanted to confirm.
Thank you. Rob Morrow, you have your hand up. Please go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, so the rental permit is issued for the property.
Please speak to your mic.
Yes, so the rental permit is issued per property. So it would increase the number of units, but still be the same rental permit. There is no restriction on the number of occupants. That is a prohibited use standard according to in the protected ADU situation, but the local ADU would have carry the same for unrelated or same limit as our bylaw provides, but not for the protected use.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? Okay, then we're going to move to the vote. And yes,
Can you, point of order, you're clarifying that this is a vote for this,
for the amendment,
this
for the
bylaw.
actual bylaw. It is to rescind zoning bylaw 5.011, accessory dwelling units, and replace it with the language shown on page 9 to 12 of the motion sheet. Okay? Any other questions or comments? Then Counselor Walker,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier,
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer's aye. Counselor Haneke.
Aye.
Bob Hegner.
Aye.
Counselor Lord.
Aye.
Pam Rooney.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Andy Steinberg.
Yes.
Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
In my estimation, in order to have this meeting end in a timely manner, which for me is 10 o'clock and for others might even be before that, I am going to move C, which is the establishment of Transportation and Parking Commission and the policy related to the control of the public way to a future meeting, probably next week on the 24th. I'm going to take up the public urination and defecation bylaw. It's a first reading. I would like to ask Town Services and Outreach to just give me their report.
Basically, I think that we know that the bylaw started with a proposal from Councilor Haneke, who presented it after hearing at a meeting of, I believe, CRC. She can speak to it if I'm wrong on that, in which talking about another bylaw or another policy, and he was lamenting the fact that there is no bylaw that just allows a fine, so that when, and this is really pertaining mostly to students, or probably in his mind, the intent is even without the word mostly in it, that would allow behavior that is frequently complained about by a lot of residents who live either near party houses or on walking routes from the center of town to residences occupied by students or campus where there is public urination taking place on private property, and that they have no alternative other than either do nothing other than speak to the student or whoever it may be, or what is essentially a criminal violation, and that they would like to have the opportunity to have something that is like an open keg or an open container violation where there's a fine, but there's no criminal violation involved. The student who's got a future ahead of them doesn't have to then graduate from school with a criminal violation on their record. So that was the basis of his recommendation that we enact a bylaw of this type. It was referred to TSO. TSO went through several processes because, one, after hearing from the chief and what his intent was, and making sure that um, there was support from the University Dean of Students, which there was. She was very appreciative of the fact that police department is thinking about the future of students and pointing out that even if it's just a violation, as they do with open container, it still could be subject to additional action on campus for additional sanctions on campus for the violation that occurred because a citation was issued, but it would not leave the student with a criminal record that would affect their future. So that was the basis of it. And we first drafted a bylaw that was based upon two municipalities in Massachusetts, East Hampton and Lowell, that have and tried to be compatible with that, but be fitting for Amherst. And then when it was sent to KP Law, and because that's part of the practice then before for GOL's assistance, it's sent immediately. And KP Law came back with the suggestion that it really could be much simpler and it could be a single sentence, which is what's before you. We considered it a TSO. We consulted Chief Ting, and based upon Chief Ting's advice, that it was fine, that he was totally supportive of what Lauren Goldberg at KP Law had suggested. That is the version that is before you today, and it has gone to GOL for review.
Anna, can you give us the GOL report, please?
GOL found the single sentence bylaw clear, consistent, and actionable.
Counselor Haneke, did you have anything you wanted to add since you introduced this?
No, I think Andy pretty much covered it all.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? Anna?
So I want to start by saying that I understand, appreciate, and support the intent of this bylaw. I appreciate Mandy for bringing it forward and working with Chief Ting, and I appreciate Chief Ting taking the time to do that. And I see this as absolutely as a way of making our policies more supportive of our community by allowing for a fine instead of a criminal violation. The version of the bylaw proposed by KP Law is far too broad and allows for far too much discretion, in my opinion. While I certainly hope that our officers would never, ever allow any biases to come into play in enforcement of this bylaw, I am concerned that this broad language allows for it. I'm also concerned about enacting this when we have so few public restrooms available, especially downtown. While I still had some concerns with it, I much preferred the original language which TSO had worked on, which specified that the violation is when someone urinates or defecates in view of the public, hence the public urination part. The current bylaw just says whenever they do that, not in a facility designated as such. Technically, making it illegal to pee in a pool, just noting that. I can't believe that I'm saying this in a public meeting, but someone should be able to pee in their own backyard if they're not in view of someone else. While we have the word of the chief of police that they would never issue a citation to, say, a parent with a child who's potty training or someone else who's not brazenly and intentionally violating the bylaw, and I trust that word, it's not what is written on paper. And at the end of the day, it's what is written on paper that matters. I would prefer the council use the language initially proposed by TSO, and while I'd love to hear other perspectives and discussions, I am prepared to make a motion to substitute that language.
Pam Rooney.
Thank you, and thank you, Anna. Do we have the language? I don't think I've ever seen the greater language.
That would be brought in as a motion to amend, which would
Okay.
be on the second reading.
So I actually wanted to speak to the public part of it and ask the town manager if there has been any discussion about relieving some of the need for bylaw like this. I mean, this may be very appropriate, but can we relieve the need for this by requiring bars in the downtown to provide portable porta potties Thursday, Friday, and Saturday nights. I have, you know, there are stories that are shared by some of the people that I speak with, and they basically said, well, you know, we kind of go around and clean up behind the UU church on evenings because students are defecating back there. So I'd like to ask, why not get the bars on board? I think it'd be a great requirement.
Paul, did you have any comment on that?
I don't know if you could make a requirement. We could certainly request placement.
Okay. Pat DeAngelis?
Thank you. I have a lot of concerns about this on multiple levels. Originally, I was totally opposed. I'm not completely opposed to having something like this. Some questions I have. Not everybody who pees or poops in a public place, in the bushes of a church, which I have seen, etc., is a student. There are many homeless people and people with some health issues that the state recognizes, like Crohn's disease and other things, which gives them kind of permission if they needed to. The other thing is that we're saying you can only pee and poop in a designated spot. And when are they open? You're talking about having porta potties, but when are they open? There are restaurants I go into, and because I'm a customer, I can pee there, but I can't pee there if I'm not a customer. So we're setting up a situation where people who are in a variety of situations could be charged with a $300 fine. That brings me to something else that bothers me. There are no options to mitigate this situation going on in this bylaw. So we have keg license and nuisance house, violation of wetlands protection, open burning. These are things that are really important, and it costs $300 if you violate them. If you violate the false alarm bylaw, there are options. I want to say this before I get to those options. Discharging your firearm in public only costs $200, so go do it, folks. But don't pee. False alarms. Responses in a 12-month period. One, the third response, you get a warning from the police. On the fourth response, you're charged $50. On the fifth, $75, sixth, $100, seventh, $150, eighth, $200. Now, it does seem to me that turning on an alarm, a fire alarm, could be very dangerous and people could get injured. Even if I step and poop, I'm not usually injured. I just don't like what my shoe is like after.
Pat, I lost your mic.
I'm trying, my finger's there.
I know. Thank you.
This bylaw needs to have something like the false alarms where you're warned. If you pee in that bush again, where Pam can see you or Pat can see you, you're going to be fined. If you do it again this month or whatever, this is just another instance where we're going to put rules down for people because we're tired of students. And if it had come through with some realistic ways of dealing with the situation, such as warnings, etc., I wouldn't feel so vehemently opposed to it. And I will vote for a bylaw if the fines are reasonable, that it costs more to pee in a bush than it costs to discharge a firearm. That really bothers the pee out of me.
Councillor Lord, top that one.
Don't challenge me now. No. I know I spoke to this when it first came out about 10 months ago or something, so I'm not going to get into all those details. But in 2010, I was a public urinator. I was unhoused, living on the streets, Craig stores that the church didn't open till 9:30. And I was a discreet one, but I would have to pee in public. And so I have a lot of issues with this. I know we're trying to get drunk college students to stop. But there's a lot of unhoused people, and it's just going to get worse for a while in this country with the number of unhoused. And we see nationwide they're being criminalized. And I know this is a non-criminal offense, but when you can't pay the $300, it then becomes a criminal offense. So my heart breaks a little. I'm sorry, I'm a little crackly in my voice, but I'm just hurting for the people. And I know Chief Ting has commented, he's like, well, we're not going to target those people. I understand that attention, but you will have some officers who are tired of the mouth given to, like sometimes people piss us off. I'm just going to say that. And they're human. So this person who may be on the house always comes for me, is giving me an attitude, and I'm seeing them peeing. I'm just saying, it, like Anna said, if it's on paper, we can't prevent certain populations being harmed by this and then criminalized. And then, so that's all I have to say for now about this. But yeah, thank you.
Just a reminder, this is a first read. It has to come up for a second read and potentially amendments. Andy.
I had originally suggested we invite Chief Ting to the meeting of the first reading, but I think that in the end, we sort of came to the conclusion to invite him to the meeting where we would do the second reading prior to he could speak to any issues that came up. I have, we have heard from the chief about most of the issues that have been raised, and I'll try and summarize what his responses were on those issues, but I don't think that it's a substitute for inviting the chief to come and speak directly to them. One thing is that he's very clear that we can't have a bylaw that is multi-level. It has to be a single bylaw that's applicable to all. So you can't have a bylaw that's aimed at one group and another bylaw that's aimed at another group. So that does require that we have a bylaw that serves the purpose that is intended in his request for a bylaw and trusts the department for discretion. And he talked very personally and deeply about his concern and respect and support for proper approach to people who are homeless, and that saying that the department is always very careful with people who are either homeless or have some other reason for action, as has been referred to, either because of age, disability, or anything else. And that is the ethic of the department, and he believes will be the ethic going forward. So it was a combination of the need for a single bylaw that's applicable to all. As far as the $300 fine question that came up, it is the same amount as an open container bylaw that already exists. So if somebody's walking down the street with a can of beer and the police feel it's appropriate to take action and issue a citation on that, it's a $300 fine. And that is, so and of course, if it's somebody who they feel it's inappropriate to issue a citation to, they choose not to issue a citation. And I think that sort of paraphrases what his comment is on the issues that have been raised tonight. But as I said, I hope that the town manager will invite the chief to be at the second reading so that he can answer your questions directly.
Thank
I think
you.
it's important to hear from him.
Thank you. Counselor Haneke?
I will be quick. I would support going back to and returning to the draft that TSO sent to KP Law before KP Law came back with a one sentence
We'll make sure. we get-
proposal. Hold on. So I'm happy to work with Anna to make that happen as an amendment, but I would also support tiering. I know my original memo proposed 300, but it also stated I went with the maximum on everything so that people could see what the possibilities were, and that I never expected the maximum on every single possibility to be there. In fact, I actually, if I had been asked back when I proposed this, I probably would have said I think tiering is more appropriate. Yeah, so I would also support some sort of tiering too.
Thank you. Anna?
I agree with what Councillor Haneke just said about the tiering. I think that it's important, that is important and would be wonderful. Wonderful. That's not quite the right word, but that would be better. I do want to remind the council that we're not starting from a base of 0 here, and that this bylaw was introduced for a really important reason. And that reason is not that public urination is an issue. That's actually, well, maybe that's part of the reason, but in my mind, that's not the important piece of this. I want to remind folks that public urination is currently illegal under state law. It falls under I think it's under public nuisance or indecent exposure. And so what this is trying to do is give us an avenue of not charging people with a criminal complaint. I'm firmly in the camp of passing something at the local level because that's helping us help our community members who would otherwise be charged with that criminal violation. So while the APD always have the option to give a warning, verbal warning, this gives them a level 2 versus them having to go just right to level 3, which is what they currently have to do. And we cannot change that aspect of it because it's state law. So voting no on this idea, not necessarily this bylaw, which I don't support in its current iteration, but the concept of this bylaw is voting no on that would mean keeping that current state of affairs and not allowing them to find a middle ground before that criminal complaint or criminal violation. And I don't want to, I would like to give them that middle ground, knowing that a warning will always exist. But I would just urge folks to remember that voting no on any idea about public urination at a local level is not going to help our community. So I would urge folks to bear that in mind.
Thank
and
you.
I don't like this one.
Counselor Ryan?
So again, I think Chief Ting will speak to this much better than I can, but again, one of the points he made before TSO was the fact that something like this, he wasn't wedded to any particular language, but something like this would be a very helpful tool for his officers who right now, whose hands are somewhat really tied by the existing laws. So I just had a question for the sponsors. It sounds like what might happen at the second reading is we will get a proposal to go back to the original language, and there will be some kind of tiering, is what we're thinking. And could someone describe what that, or maybe I'll just wait and see what the
Yes,
amendment.
let's.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Andy, you still have your hand up. I assume you're done. Okay, please go ahead. Did you have some? You can go ahead and speak even though your video's not on.
Okay. As far as the tiering is concerned, I think that the way it was phrased in the original proposal from Councillor Haneke was, as indicated, first offense, second offense, third offense. And what I believe was the concern expressed by the chief about that, and again, I think he's a better spokesperson for himself, was that with students, which is what this is aimed at, that the chances are they'll never get past a first offense, not because somebody wouldn't do it more than once, but they wouldn't catch that same person more than once in the act, and they have to be able actually to see them in order to make a citation stand. They can't do it based upon somebody saying, I saw the student do this in my backyard, and that isn't a sufficient basis. So he was concerned that having a $50 fine would be a joke level to the student, and that you had to, that it was important to have a fine as it is now for the open container bylaw, and that was at least equivalent, so that people would take it as something that the town really takes seriously for the population that it's geared at. And so that was the basis of that. I do have the obviously the original bylaw, and I can send that to the clerk of the council or the council president to circulate to everyone so they can see what it was, because the chief was supportive of that version, and it is what we originally voted to propose at TSO, and we only agreed to the substitution after it was offered to us, which was when it was sent to GO, when it was going to be sent to GOL, so it went to KP Law first. So the chief supported it once, and TSO supported it once. So I think that either one serves the purpose, and I'll leave it to the president and the clerk of the council as to what to do with the draft.
Thank you. Anna?
Yeah, so to kind of continue on with what Andy was saying, I just want to note Chief Ting hadn't gotten a chance to discuss this new version with TSO. I asked him a couple questions about it, and he hadn't seen it prior to my sending it to him. And he did say that he did not have issues, necessarily have issues with it. Generally, though, I just do want to comment that this has raised a couple concerns with me with how drastically KP Law amended what we sent them to review for legal issues. And I'd like to note that in the future, we should be more clear with what our expectation is of their work. This was a complete redo when we asked them to look and see if we had legal issues with the wording that we had written. And this is the second time that they have gone above and beyond. I see this just because I'm chair of GOL, the second time that they've gone above and beyond what was initially requested. So I do think that as we're sending things for legal review, which we've now shifted to be the work of the committees, we need to be much more explicit and clear about what we are asking from our legal review. And if I am mistaken and the expectation is that our legal review rewrites our bylaws, then I am mistaken. But I do think that clarification needs to be made in the future, because I do think this mix-up is causing us to spend a little more time on this than we initially intended to.
Thank you. Pam Rooney?
Thank you. I just wanted to address the fee part of it. And I understand that having a tier of first offense, second offense does not work. So I would suggest, as you rethink this, that there may be a slightly less large fee, but something that's scary enough, but not the same equivalent of discharging a rifle or something like that in town.
Thank you. This is the first reading. We're going to conclude this conversation. We are going to take a little bit of time for your feedback on the town manager evaluation, and if you will allow me, since I had to author this thing, I am not wed to anything I wrote. It is open season. However, all I can say is I tried to take what people gave me and go back and give it some form so that it sounded like an evaluation. And instead of giving you each of the individual forms, I did not do that. And the reason I did not do that is because it would take a little bit of time for another person to go back and reconstruct them, because in order for me to even get to you for tonight for this, I had to start doing analysis before I had everybody's response. And once I started doing analysis, it had to go into the form I was using. So the floor is open. If it's edits, I would prefer that you just send me those edits. If it's an overall general observation about style or anything else, please go ahead. Pam Rooney.
Thank you. My comment is about general approach. And in reading the draft that you started, and thank you very much for doing that, it occurred to me that there were many, many instances of where, quote, the majority of the council either voted that the town manager had met and or had partially met a particular goal. It would be more meaningful to me to say, a majority of council agreed that the town manager met on these particular items, partially met the following particular items, and did not meet whatever is left. Lumping met and partially met to me doesn't do it for me. Because in being nice, you might not give a 3, but you give a 2, but you really didn't want it to be lumped with 1.
If you would like to write me a sample sentence, that would be great. Counselor Haneke.
I found the whole letter very confusing and unclear.
Yeah.
Because partially for what Pam just said, but I think it's also, frankly, a little more positive than what the counselors actually rated. And my draft changes are extensive, Lynn. You're going to get it all. I'm just going to say that. But there were also things that you said had that this draft said had a majority as partially meeting or making progress or meeting that didn't. Like there were errors like that where there was no majority or the majority was a 3, was not met at all. Just a number of errors or errors where the majority was 3 + 2. So partially to unmet, not partially to met. I think it bounced everything more positive than it was. So my one is a big draft. The appendix, I didn't even have time to read the whole thing, but I'm not sure the way Appendix A is even necessary. I think it would actually be clearer for the public and for the manager if the charts were Appendix A, not rehashing everything and then trying to do what, frankly, the letter did or tried to do itself. Just attach the numbers, because that's fairly clear, and get rid of those paragraphs there. I also thought the one section was fairly repetitive, and so I wasn't sure what the point was. The section that started charter requirements, and then it went down to so that was, I think, section 2, and then section 3 was town manager areas of strength. Basically rehashed the exact same paragraph, and I'm not sure why. So I would do different there.
Okay. Any other comments? Let me suggest that you send me and just me any edits and any suggestions. And my plan is not to bring this back until December 1st, even though we have a meeting next week, because next week we will focus on all of those things that we have delayed during the last 2 meetings of November 3rd and tonight. Okay. Any other questions or comments? Thank you. We have no appointments with regard to committee and liaison reports. I just want to mention for BCG that we are meeting again on December 3rd from noon to 2 o'clock. We did meet already. We had a very good exchange, but at this next meeting is when we will discuss input to budget guidelines. Community Resources Committee, Pam?
Thank you. This is a report for our November 13 meeting. But as sort of a wrap up, on November 13, CRC received an overview done primarily by Councillor Haneke of what the state's model solar bylaw might look like and what materials were contained in it, questions that may want to be pursued, and a table of that she provided that compared side by side our draft bylaw and the state's proposed components. Committee member Shane is also reviewing portions of the state draft as well. This week, November 20th, in addition to work on the solar bylaw, we will be holding a public hearing on the planning department proposal for rezoning 3 parcels on Main Street from RG to BN. Also, CRC has rescheduled December meetings. We are going to be meeting on December 4th and 18th. Thank you.
Okay. Elementary School Building Committee, Kathy?
We met on Friday and the building continues to be built on schedule. It's about to be completely enclosed, so beginning to work on the walls, and they're mocked up a classroom. Pictures have been posted in the packet. One thing I'm checking on, we will be the group is allowing us to do a tour of the building on December 9th. The school committee has asked if they could be part of it, and I'm checking to see whether I could extend an invitation to any member of the council that might want to come. And it's a question on how many people can be walking around a construction site at the same time without hurting themselves or somebody else. So what I'll do is if I find out a head count on what we can do, I'll just send out a note on who might want to come. And these tend to happen at 3:30 or 4 in the afternoon. That's a Tuesday. So it's after the school is out and the building crew has cleaned up most of the site. The other thing that's about to happen, and I'm not sure if it will have happened by the 9th, is putting in a driveway that it will actually start to cover up the site and have it look like it will need to look a year from now.
Okay. Finance Committee.
Finance Committee meets tomorrow at 10 in the morning, and the focus is on guidelines. So one of the things I want to know, Lynn, on your planning of council agendas is when do you have guidelines on the agenda? We're going to hope to get to a draft by the end of tomorrow morning. I don't know how successful we will in that. And then when would it first come up to the council?
Right now, it's on December 1st.
December 1st. Okay.
Trying to take it up next time on the 24th is just.
No,
we
we
much.
would better not. I mean, if we have to, we'll add another committee meeting, so it might not be available till the 8th. But we'll aim for the 1st. Thanks.
Right. Anna, you have a question?
I do. Lynn, could you talk a little bit more? I know that calendar Jenga is messing with everything here, but you had talked about BCG meeting on the 3rd, us discussing finance finishing their budget guidelines, and then us discussing them as a council on the 1st. I'm curious how you see BCG and their input being incorporated in the discussion of the council's financial guidelines, excuse me.
One of the reasons we set the meeting for the 3rd so that there would be a draft, and I don't believe that we were trying to come up with one unified set of guidelines. It may be that BCG has its own guidelines, but that they should at least look at what Finance Committee has. If you have other thoughts, I'm open to those.
I don't know how else it would work with calendars being what they are. I think I have plenty of thoughts for next year.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I mean, again, given the timing, I don't see any way to. We'll meet in December 3rd. We probably will meet one more time in this calendar year and try to come up with a set of guidelines from BCG. And they may not be identical. Um,
I think it's my turn.
yes, it is. GOL.
So GOL, I forgot that we're not allowed to meet on the 11th because it was Veterans Day, and that's on me for not remembering that that meant we couldn't meet. And so GOL is meeting on the 25th, and we will be tackling the goals for most of that meeting. We do have to have a report back to the council regarding the Resident Oversight Board by the 15th. We will do our best to move that proposal to get back to the council by the 15th, but the goals, last year it took till February. We can't let that happen again. So the goals really need to get to the town manager so he can start planning for the year. So we will be spending the bulk of our time on those. And then we will be meeting again on the 9th. So we will have 2 meetings before that deadline for the Resident Oversight Board report. That said, counselors, I did not hear from a majority of you regarding goals. If you got your goals to me by roughly the deadline, I appreciate you. I will make you cookies. The rest of you, you got to get them to me by Friday. That is your deadline. Friday, 4 p.m. Hard cutoff. Otherwise, we're going to have to add them in later, and it will make it harder for everybody else. Nobody wants that. So please send them to me by Friday. Even if they're in rough shape, we'll at least get them in and have them there for discussion. And basically what GOL is doing is kind of looking at the areas, that the goal areas that we had, or that folks are saying they would like to see in there. And then we're looking at the action items that folks are saying they'd like to see in there. So it can be pulled over from last year's goals, but we are not automatically pulling everything over and then removing. So if there's something from last year's goals that you'd like to see accomplished, email that to me if it didn't get done this year. And I'm happy to field any questions on this, but Friday at 4 p.m. is your deadline for goals. Please email those. And I've got a big chart that I'm putting together for GOL to discuss on Tuesday. Next Tuesday, not tomorrow.
Councillor Ryan, you had your hand up. Yes? No. Okay. Now it's down. Okay. Jones Library Building Committee, Councillor Ryan.
Committee met on November 10th, and the building is actually somewhat ahead of schedule, and everything is copacetic. And the committee will be meeting again on December 8th.
Okay. Question?
Were there any financial updates given to the building committee
Financial updates from
from the friends of who are out there shaking the bushes?
No, there were not.
Fundraising, in other words. Building committee, but you are looking at financials for payments. Yeah. Kathy?
That was actually my question, George. Are you seeing the extent to which the roof cost more than we'd budgeted for, any other change orders from the original budget?
There have been a few change orders early on, but at the moment there have been none. And so we are looking at those very closely. And if there were any of substance, you would be hearing about it.
Are those all in are they all in the packet so we'd be able to see them?
I'm sorry, which packet are you speaking of? You're speaking of our packet?
The packet for the library meetings?
The packet for the library, just
Building
Yes,
you know, at least the way we see them on the school is there's an amount budgeted and how much has been spent. So to the extent something had to be budgeted higher, we see that amount as well.
Yep,
Okay.
it's there.
Jennifer.
So then I guess that this would be a question to the town manager. Can we get a capital campaign report before the end of the year?
Sure, I think we gave you one a few weeks ago, but I can get an updated one. There's an attached to the town manager report. I think it was I can resend that for you, and I think it was October 1 or whatever date it was. But we
Did
can
it
get an
have,
update.
information like money received versus pledges and
Yes.
money spent on fundraising?
I can. It came from the capital campaign. I can send you what they sent to me.
Okay.
which I already gave to council, but I can send it to you again. I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, I'll check that town manager
Further
report.
questions? I'm sorry, Jennifer, did you have further questions? Okay. TSO.
Well, TSO met on November 6th, and the major discussion was about returning to the Southeast Street question and the school and what happens when the school opens, and safety, both traffic and safety for pedestrians and for bicyclists, focusing on children, but recognizing that it's not just children, but that being the major focus. The meeting was a very worthwhile discussion. We had Michael Gallo O'Connell, who's the facilities director for the schools, Chief Ting, Guilford Boring, and Kathy Chain from the Elementary School Building Committee, talking with the committee and really just thinking through what are the issues and what are the options for dealing with the issues, both in the short term, meaning what can we do between now and when the school opens, and what long-term solutions, because the 4 roundabouts proposal that DPW originally came up with was really the long-term proposal, and it did not get the support of the Transportation Advisory Committee or the Disability Access Advisory Committee, because it was focused entirely on traffic and did not deal with safety for pedestrians and bicyclists. And that was the hesitation that caused TSO to not feel comfortable recommending going forward with the proposal for the 4 roundabouts as it was originally presented. There are a couple other options out there for the long range. So after very important discussion in which I think there was universal recognition and concern that the issue needs to be addressed, we recognize that a long-term solution is not going to be completed before the school opens. And therefore, we divided the tasks of thinking of long-term solutions and short-term solutions into 2 pieces. In the long-term solution, we realized that if the council finally makes a decision on the Transportation Advisory and Parking Commission, that it would become something that was just a natural that would be sent to them to make a recommendation to the council. If the decision is otherwise, then it has to go back to TSO. But that's a subject for apparently discussion next week. As far as the short term, we passed a motion, and the motion is as follows: to recommend that the town manager give high priority to creating a working group with appropriate staff from schools and the town to work together to address traffic, parking, and safety issues when the new school opens. And that has been presented to the town manager, and I also forwarded to GOL to exercise its judgment as to whether it should be proposed as a town manager goal. Right now, it sits as a recommendation of a council committee, but not a recommendation of the council. If it goes to the goal stage, then it obviously is going to be in a situation where the council is going to be making a decision that it's adopting it as its goal. But in any event, we think that it's very important that that happens, so that the appropriate people, most of whom were at the meeting with us, take it to the next stage, because it really needs an analysis, not just of the ideas presented, but what is practical and affordable, what are the costs, and what is most likely to be effective. And that working group is really the way to address it. Other things that are going on in TSOs, we canceled the meeting that's scheduled, was originally going to be Thursday of this week, simply because we're not ready to deal with any significant agenda items. But we have the following agenda items in addition that we do need to take up with. One is that if the decision is made to create the Transportation Parking Commission as we recommended, then we decided that there needs to be some changes to the TSO committee charge, and we want to spend some time on that and not let that hold over longer than necessary. We decided that changes to the council rules of procedure are not necessary and not appropriate. Second thing is waste hauler. As town manager has reported, he now has a consultant from the Pioneer Valley Planning Commission that is going to be working on the waste hauler RFP, and we're trying to arrange to have the committee that has spent a lot of time on the issue meet with the consultant, and then of course we'll handle anything referred by the council or the council president to us, and otherwise our remaining task is carryover memo.
Which I'm going to call on Kathy and then Anna. Kathy?
Yeah, I just have a couple quick comments to add to what Andy said. During the meeting, actually, we got an email urging us to move to the Complete Streets Level 2 priority plan, because if we submitted that as a town, it opens up access to millions of dollars of grants through Safe Routes to Schools. And that period will open in September 2026. So anything major in these intersections, other than fixing the lights or adding a light, might be well beyond our means. But there was a discussion of a temporary light, not meaning just a mobile one, helping with the buses get in and out. But I'm just worried, Paul, it's a larger issue of applying in a grant for one so that we get access to grants for another, getting to a stage on the Complete Streets Level 2. I know we achieved Level 1. Thanks.
Anna?
Andy, you mentioned TSO seeking to change some things in their charge once the commission is created. And that will come to GOL, I assume, as GOL is responsible for making recommendations regarding town council standing committees and charges and the like. Do you have a timeline for when TSO will be done with what they'd like GOL to discuss and recommend to the council? Just so I can plan future agendas.
I guess we should have a conversation about that. I think that the question that TSO has to decide is whether we should go ahead and create a draft of what the charge should look like if the change is made. We can't, we originally had been holding off and saying we wouldn't take formal action until we knew that the change was being made. And we're getting to a calendar squeeze, so we may have to go to the first, but that's something that we should discuss so we can work together, make sure that it all gets done.
Absolutely. I'm brainstorming my carryover memo, and I'm trying to figure out if this should be in it or not. Thank you.
Speaking of carryover memos, you need to be prepared to at least have a draft of what items will be in it for December 1st. And that is right around the corner. Are there any liaison reports? There is one, and that's Human Rights Commission will be with us next Monday. They have their annual report. They also have a bylaw, and it's a determination of the council as to whether they refer the bylaw to GOL. There are no minutes in our packet, so the approval of minutes for November 3rd is not on this agenda. Town manager's report. Paul, you gave us a brief report on the fire.
Yeah, so this report, you'll have a regular town manager report. I felt this was most important to give you a summary of where we were on the fire at this moment in time, so that we sort of memorialize that in your minutes. And I appreciate that the council recognized all the first responders and everyone else who participated in that event. It was a real major event for the town, so thank you for doing that.
Are there any questions of the town manager? Okay, on the president's report, it's not a written report. It's not required this meeting. We did have a Four Towns meeting. It was attended by a quorum of the council. That was an exchange between the Sustainability Group, which is a subcommittee of the Regional School Committee, and the informal Four Towns meeting. The decision was made at that there would be a joint group moving forward. And as was correctly pointed out, back in the spring, as we prepared for a meeting with the superintendent that never happened, the council did at that point identify 4 counselors that would be part of a future group of that nature. So that is, unless there's any other question or comment, that's the advice I will go with since it's already been voted. Okay. On future meeting agendas, we meet next week at 6:30. We also meet on the 1st. We are going to be meeting on December 8th, and we will be meeting on December 15th. Are there any other counselor comments? Counselor Haneke.
So I'm curious on future agenda items. When is the housing production plan scheduled for? When is the U Drive easement, the Paley Village Place, the council committee charges? I think you just mentioned the Human Rights Commission bylaw is next week, but I'm not sure you said whether it was next week. And the TPC that we just postponed, can we get ideas of dates so that we don't lose track of any of these that we've been postponing the last few weeks?
Believe me, I'm working hard not to lose track. Let me just mention what I have on the agenda for next week. The Human Rights Commission annual report and bylaw, Paley Village if it's ready, University Drive easement, which is a referral to TSO, Heatherstone Roundabout with a motion and vote. The motion's already been made. And Pat and I have a District 2 meeting on Wednesday at 7 o'clock. The VFW property surplus, which is a motion and vote to release the property so that it can go out to bid for somebody to actually go forward with the project that we have hoped would be there. The housing production plan, motion and vote, that's a recommendation coming out of CRC. The Transportation and Parking Commission would be the first read and vote. I'm sorry? It's not going to happen. I'm just telling you, this is where we are.
I guess what I'm trying to figure out is what is scheduled for next week versus December 1st.
I don't know about Paley Village because we're waiting for additional information from the town. We were trying to couple that with the University Drive easement so that we'd have the same people. Heatherstone Roundabout could be postponed. VFW property, I think we'll go ahead with a vote. Housing production plan, we should go ahead with a vote. Transportation and parking, we should go ahead with that vote. Public urination is second reading. That would be my take.
So not the Human Rights Commission bylaw next week,
No, it is, the Human Rights Commission bylaw would be a referral
next week.
next week.
Council committee charges?
We can delay that until the 1st. I have it listed under the 24th, but that's not going to happen. And then we also have to adopt the calendar. And then we have financial guidelines. I'm just listing everything that we have to get done before the end of the year. Main Street BN rezoning, town manager evaluation, carryover memos, any appointments left? And
Goals.
that's it. At least that's, what am I missing, George? Okay. Trying to balance it out and make sure we have time for first and second readings. If you have a request for something you'd like to either delay or move forward or carry over till next year, please let me know.
Could I ask a further question about agendas? We've had a lot of presentation type items on our agendas. Do we have any more of those, presentations, public forums and all? Do we have any more of those coming up on any of the agendas?
Only Human Rights Commission. And we're asking them to be very short. We already have their report.
Okay. George just mumbled state of the town.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, State of the Town, that's on December 1st.
Okay.
We can make that as brief as people want. I will be glad to send you this